Collision, gaming news with a fierce precision, with a spark so wild it breaks the norm. In the tempest eye of unethical, your analyst face the score. With a psychotic roar, corrupt suits sneer what they despise. Dragoncast will open your eyes. Integrity found in Dragoncast. Fire-breathing metal, screaming loud. The Vistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. Dragoncast. Dragoncast. Wings of justice cut through the dark. Navistro's roar ignites the spark. A dragon's heart fiercely defends the gaming world. Our passion ascends. This is Dragoncast. Dragoncast.
And we're live, everybody. Hello.
Hey.
I'm hearing something in my ears.
All right. I was having a hard time with audio. Oh no!
On your end or my end? I'm hearing it still. Why am I hearing?
Oh no!
Is it me or you?
I can't hear you, man.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with my freaking laptop.
Okay, because I can hear an echo of my voice on your end.
A little bit. I can hear your voice a little bit.
Okay, let me see if I do
I'm
this.
trying to find.
Well, yes, everybody. So with the winter storm going on right now in Dash's area and in my area, concessions had to be made. Sacrifices must be held for the winter gods and all that. So Dash had to move temporarily, stay with his parents. It's your parents, right, Dash? I don't want to get that wrong.
Yeah, I'm at my my parents' place right now. I'm using my laptop, and I have a little bit of a surprise. Hey, look, it's Skinny Dash.
Oh, Gen 1 Dash. Oh, I call it Gen 1 Dash. I'm still. I keep forgetting to change the visuals, but I'm still using that one for the thumbnails.
No, I think you recently updated it.
I did. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I did for a while, even though you had that one with the small head, big body, and it
Yeah.
wasn't on
Oh,
purpose. It was just
oh
that
yeah.
change
So
happened
I
right
was
when
not
my granddad died.
satisfied with that product and literally had to like like yeah, that was a mistake. That one.
Yeah, don't feel bad. Uh, I
Yeah,
just felt I
I
felt
found him.
bad a
I
while
found him.
back.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but yeah, nostalgia though.
Yeah,
Trying to
I
figure out why for some reason I couldn't hear the intro and none of my videos are playing out straight as StreamYards.
mm,
I
wow.
can only hear your voice really. I'm wondering if that's an app problem.
It could be. I just used the browser source. I didn't know there was an app, but it could be the app.
Oh no, browser source. Yeah, browser.
Yeah, check your
Maybe
settings, your
yeah.
audio settings, because like for some reason, every time I get in here, it switches to my NVIDIA monitors as a speaker. I'm like, there's no built-in speakers in that monitor, you stupid idiot. So I had to switch it because like when I came back in here, you're like, you sent me a DM saying I'm in studio. I was like, I didn't even because usually they let you know, like, hey, someone entered your studio. But since I wasn't looking at my studio, I was trying to get all these tabs open, which we got a lot to go over. Yeah, that was interesting. But
Okay, yeah, I just changed the speakers.
does that work? You want me to test it out?
I'm playing YouTube videos in the background. It's not
Are you
really.
saying you want out? Fine, you don't want to be part of this? Then just sign right here. No, you didn't read it! This says we don't ever have to let you out and then we can do whatever we want! Damn it, why won't it read?
Nice.
Did it work for you? Were you able to hear it?
Yeah, I can hear things in studio at least.
Okay, good. That's good then. We can at least got that. But yes, everyone. So we're having temporary concessions to make. We like I said, Dash is in a temporary location right now because he's got a snowstorm coming, and so he had to relocate for that. So he's on his laptop. So, and me, well, I have a winter storm coming. So cold, freezing rain is what we call winter down here. Yeah. But that being said, well, we don't have anyone in the comments except for this loser who keeps stalking you, Dash. Calls himself Dash Attack VT.
Oh man, who is this imposter?
I don't know. But he's very sus. But other than that, everybody, I do apologize for the lateness. Like I said, we were having some issues, but we got a lot to go over. I did come out with a video on Marx's Alexis Cote, the former self-proclaimed guardian and captain of the franchise of Assassin's Creed. So yeah, I noticed the volume sounded a little low on the PC end. I do apologize for that. I've just found out that my built-in amp for my mic busted. So yeah, I gotta get a new mic. But other than that, it goes into the whole lawsuit, and but well, I was able to link Ubisoft's downfall to him, which is probably why when they restructured everything, they didn't give him the new franchise IP role. In fact, according to him and some news sources, and we'll talk about later, but according to him, Yves Guillemot, the CEO himself, said he was not going to approve of his request for the position. There's a lot of history going on down there. But other than that, we're breaking rank here because things are having problems. Things aren't normal. But Dash, how's your week been going?
Things have been all right. You know, just doing my thing. Sub count's been going up, which is good. You know, I've been kind of stagnant for a little bit, but Yeah, I'm just here at my parents' place because we were worried about I was worried about losing heat potentially if the power went out. At
Oh
least
yeah.
in here, I'll be with like my family and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, I'm pretty sure you'll be fine, though you are in a location I won't dox online. But
Yeah,
yeah, so you didn't have much streams going on, but I'm pretty sure you've been caught up with the news.
yeah. Well, I did get one stream in before I left, but yeah, I've been caught up with the news and on this Ubisoft stuff. So I remember you said something about this guy was causing problems even during Assassin's Creed 2.
Yep.
Like you're gonna need to break down like what's going on with that guy.
I do in the video.
Oh yeah, I'll have to watch it at some point.
But I will
Sorry.
say in Assassin's Creed 2, he was on the Da Vinci part of the game.
I get it. I get it.
And he was
I
also on the
get it.
homestead.
He's the
on Assassin's
he
Creed 3.
pushed for the gay Da Vinci. I get it.
Yeah, which goes right. And that one is not a scientific consensus in the historical community. It's just like the Yasuke thing.
Oh yeah,
then.
yeah. It was gossip.
Yeah.
But even back then, I knew that was Assassin's Creed taking liberties based on accusations that were made that were never actually proven.
Mm-hmm. And there's when you look at his record, right? Because like I played all the way up to Black Flag. When you look at his record, there is a fingerprint that can tell you it's his. By the time he gets up to 2018, where he's doing Odyssey and stuff, he takes his unlimited scope idea for Tyranny of George Washington DLC and applies it to the entire Assassin's Creed. But we'll go right into we'll talk about a little bit.
Yeah, I remember the Washington DLC. It was fun.
Holy crap!
It was very out there because it was all fever dream.
Yeah, your neck just went giraffe mode.
Yeah, but my neck can be a little stretchy from the old model.
Yeah, but let's talk about some different news. You know, one thing I like, Dash. I've always loved this, even as a kid. Back in the day, let me give you a little lore here. Back in the day, there used to be this magazine called Tips and Tricks, and in it, towards the back end, they had a little section on the page called Room of Doom. Now, what Room of Doom was when gamers sent photographs of their game collections, and the magazine would occasionally, pick one or two photos and showcase on the magazine, showing their entire collection. You would have Atari up to Nintendo or the current model, all that stuff. I always liked that. But
Nice.
I decided, and it's one of the reasons why I had that in my channel, because what I would like to do for gamers is our members, right? Once a month, I would showcase a Room of Doom. Showcase people's collections if I had it. But here we have someone from Korea. So this guy is called Gamer Ifan. He says there aren't many people in Korea who are deeply into retro games. So from the very beginning, he chose to write his post in English in order to connect with the retro game fans from all over the world. Since he relies on a translation tool, nice way to say AI translation, he's not always sure whether his intentions are conveyed perfectly. He mainly collects Korean and Japanese games, and he looks forward to sharing them with us. And he also says, thank you for your support, and please feel free to visit and interact often. So if you want to know who he is, it's at gamer _ I'm not sure if that's I or L, but Iafun, right? And he's followed by a couple of guys like Old Man Grimm and a few others. Nice guy. But that's his collection. Look at all that.
Yo, nice. Very, very nice. I wish I had that much shelf space in my apartment.
Look at all those. Look at the background. I guess I can't really magnify it anymore, But
looks like
he's
some
got,
really, really old stuff.
yeah, he's got some of it. Like he's got different versions. I'm not sure if it's color or if it's just a regular Game Boy. 2 Game Boy Advances. It looks like that's the Game Boy controller right there. Like I thought that was pretty cool. It's like, oh wow, you know, it's kind of like, oh, he's even got the Vita right there in the back. So
Vita?
yeah, this is PS Vita. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, the Vita. It says Vita, VITA. Back in the
Yeah.
back.
He's got
He's got
games in
Playvid.
multiple different languages. I see he's got multiple Game Boys.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So this is one. If you want an argument for why you should keep hold of your old games, your physical copies, just this right here. I mean, look at it. We're looking at the collection and picking out little things that we recognize, right?
Yeah,
It's something to brag about.
I have so many. Have like basically the entire Assassin's Creed franchise on 360.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think I might have some of mine, but I don't have the Da Vinci DLC.
Yeah, well, that's just the DLC. I never finished the Freedom Cry DLC for Black Flag. I do intend to do that eventually once I decide to stream Black Flag.
I played it, but it felt...
at this rate, I'm glad Ubisoft won't be able to remake the game.
Yep, they're going to try though, but we'll see how that works. But in Dragoncast news, it seems like Karis got convinced by Dash to play a game.
Ooh,
a
yes.
AAA game.
Karis plays Devil May Cry.
Yeah, he says you're right. He should play this game. The Japanese commercial. Now, why can't they do this anymore?
Oh,
yes, I understand strong like modern day strong female, blah blah blah. I don't care. The thing is like this was made for comedy. We know she couldn't do this for. That's the whole point of all this.
Well, I did see some funny Japanese only Resident Evil 8 commercials where they had the villains as puppets. Like there was a Lady Dimitrescu puppet. There was a Heisenberg puppet.
Ooh, nice. Now, you said once that you go ahead.
Oh no, it's okay. You know, they just sang a silly song about how the village isn't scary.
Well, you know how you like to be a contrarian?
A little bit sometimes.
Yeah. Well, this should help you get some views. So the Doritos Pope is just announced, just like with Concord, that High Guard is within a week of release, so probably sometime here in a couple of days, because this was earlier in the week.
Yep, it's coming out. I think. Yeah, it comes out this Monday. They also, I heard something about a showcase.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if that's happening.
Well, since you said, because I remember you did a quote tweet, said I'm going to be a contrarian and play the game. And you know what? If you're interested in playing the game, play the game, because we never know. Like, to be fair, never judge a book by its cover, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know a video game equivalent, but Honor Among Thieves is a good example where they did the whole.
Well, I think I need to know what like a match is like in that game. I need to know the heroes and stuff like that. But if you saw my recent tweets about it, like I do say that like Geoff Keighley, like it's 100% his fault. The game is being compared to Concord. It's 100% his fault.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. He's the Doritos Pope. Everything's an icon. Everyone's an icon. Everything's a 9 out of 10. And you can't be a real gamer unless you have to survive on an island with either Mountain Dew or Doritos. Yeah, I'm bringing.
I love some Mountain Dew.
Yeah, I do too. But the point is like you know the Doritos Gate. He was the Doritos Gate. That's why I keep calling him. I don't call him by his name. I just know it's Doritos Pope. When someone says Jeff Keighley, I'm like, no, Doritos Pope. That's how I remember him.
You can have it all. My empire do.
But in other news, so Rhino the Bouncer has a hot take. Prototype is the much better game of both Spider-Man and Infamous, and it deserves to come back. What do you think, Dash?
Oh,
you
yes, I fucking agree.
I liked 1 better than 2, I won't lie.
Oh, yeah. 2, like, I did not like the story direction. 2 went in, even with the gameplay improvements. Like, 1 story was just so raw. You could do such ridiculous things.
Yeah, and plus you're technically the villain.
All this mayhem.
Yeah, I don't care what anyone says. You're technically the villain in 1. I don't know about 2, but Prototype 1. Yeah, you're a
Heller is more of a quote unquote good guy than Alex. Alex, like Alex.
He was that meme. He was that meme of when you get superpowers and your first like, hey, cool, we get to be superheroes, and you get that one guy laughing like, no, I'm the villain. that's Alex. But yeah, I would love to see it, but I don't know if I want the current generation of game devs working on this at all, unless it's indie. It's like someone who actually gives a fuck.
I need to comment on this post.
You want me to send you a link real quick?
Yeah. Oh, I get it.
See, everybody, Dash gets it. He knows his place.
Okay, it's not coming up, so I guess
I sent you the link.
Private chat. Oh, there it is. All right, yeah, I got it. I got to comment on this.
Yep, and in recent news, this is for all you anti-AI naysayers and all that stuff who hate AI. This is something for y'all to cause for, dance of joy. If it lets me put it in there, here we go. So OpenAI is in the red, and at this rate will run out of money by 2027, having overestimated the profitability of AI. Recent analysis and internal projections indicate annual losses of around $14 billion in 2026, falling to roughly $8 billion in 2025. This stems from overestimating near-term profitability as high and data center expenses and spaces continue to dominate, despite strong user adoption and billions in revenue. Without repeated massive funding rounds, and analysis lists warn the company could face a cash shortfall by early as mid-2027. Now, I'm going to point out, when I did my Jeff Bezos video, like people are surprised I will criticize AI, and yeah, I will. Like, I don't do the panic. I do the neutrality. I look at the data. When you have a data center that relies on a used nuclear reactor from a World War II era aircraft carrier, and you buy all the freaking graphics cards and memory chips, all that stuff to run it, first off, there's no memory chips and graphics cards for the customer to update their computer so they can keep and be able to use AI, for one. Two, you went in reverse. If your AI software, if your computer, if you don't have the technology for that AI to be accessible for everyone, then it's going to not going to make money, and it's a waste. Your job when you make something is to lower funds, not increase them. So, yeah, a nuclear reactor data center, chips. I know why it's not profitable.
Yeah, the AI bubble. I think some people are realizing it is about to burst. So it's going to NFT real hard.
Yeah. No, don't get me wrong. I like using AI.
I love it. I love edits and stuff. But you know what? I'm fine if the technology just stayed where it is right now. Yeah. I don't want everything to be AI driven.
Yeah, I don't even like. Like I like AI art for my personal, like I need a character for D&D type thing, or I need a quick concept. Right? I don't want to have to pay someone to make a quick concept that's going to be the same equivalent of my 10-year-old's drawings. You're a good artist and you do a fair rate. Yeah, like I said, I'll take your stuff, but just for something that's personal, I'll use AI art for that. I'm sorry. I make my own thumbnails. I don't need AI art for that. I know how to do GUI as well, so I could do it. I could do a lot of stuff myself. I just don't have time. But we got some more news from the NVIDIA and graphics card front as well as some more AI. But I got them mixed together. But here we go. NVIDIA and AMD had notified their AIB partners of high prices for GPU memory bundles. NVIDIA informed partners that costs for GDDR6 and 7 bundles are increasing while GPU core prices remain unchanged. AMD has issued similar notifications, contribute to ongoing adjustments. This follows earlier AMD increases around $10 per 8 gigabytes of VRAM in late 2025, with further hikes expected. So the prices are just getting higher. But I do have where's it at? Because I don't have this all organized. I have the sections organized. I don't have it all organized. Where's it? I have a picture of the NVIDIA CEO crying. Thanks to Pirate Nation again. Here we go. So this is from Pirate Nation as well. NVIDIA is experiencing a collapse in its sales in China. Its market share will drop 66% to 8% in 2026. U.S. export restrictions on advanced chips combined with rapid progress from domestic players like all these other places are enabling local suppliers to meet roughly 80% of demand. So, yeah, their sales are collapsing, especially in China. So, hopefully, we see them cry more. That'll be nice. I don't like.
Well, yeah, trying to ditch gamers so fast that they couldn't live with their failure. Where did they go? Back to us.
And what do we say? Fuck you. People don't realize like gamers are usually chilled, no harm, no foul. But when you insult us like that, and then you come back, we're what's the right word? Petty. We're very petty when we're insulted like that. So when it's, oh, we were wrong, we're like, oh, you know what? All those years of everyone, calling us, demonizing us, all that stuff. Yeah, you're just gonna take the full brunt of it. Because now we get to just say, I told you so. But we got some more. We got the Razer CEO admits users could fall in love with its holographic AI assistant compared to Cortana. Look, I'm going to be perfectly honest. I don't care about holographic AI. I really fucking don't. But to continue on with what he said, at some point we're going to see so much slop out there that we're going to create really great art. I think the reason why we see so much AI slop out there is because actual, air quotes, artists, the Twitter art community that draw slop, we're so tired of it. We're like, if we're going to do slop, we're going to do it ourselves. And I've seen some really good, air quotes, slop compared to real art. And that usually depends on the person's prompt and passion. If I say, for example, make me a Van Helsing version of an elf in D&D and go with the first image shown and not correct it, yeah, that's AI slop. But this is something that I have an issue with, is because you're telling me all those DDRs and GPUs and the cooling fans, the reactors was bought out and causing a crisis, and so you could make an AI holograph like this. That nuclear powered data center is powering this thing.
Wow.
That's waste. Yeah. I'm sorry.
So you're talking about those anime holograms that they were trying to sell people?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think it's ridiculous. Like, if you need an anime hologram waifu, just use Annie on X.
Yeah, you don't need to constantly keep like. Okay, you got a. My point is, you got AI. Oh, hi, Sky Text. No, I
I
don't
just
want
feel
squawk.
like, and look, I say this as like, okay, let's be real, a gooner. Okay, but
Mhm.
just but I say this like I feel like they're trying to exploit lonely men.
Yeah, that's what it is. Now, get it. I get it. Sex sells. It always has, always will, since Adam and Eve. Got it. I also know that if you try to ban sex, it just happens to show up somewhere else. They look, for example, they tried to ban brothels and prostitution. Prostitution was legal up until 1980s, or not 1980s, 1880s. They banned it. What happened next? The erotica arts ended up becoming porn industry. You ban porn. What's the next thing that's going to happen? AI porn, because you can't copyright it, right? They're going to find some way to do stuff. So yeah, they do this, but these are corporations. A guy that is lonely could make his own AI if he wanted to, if he's that lonely. Before this, what were they using? I can't remember the English word for it, but the waifu pillows. You know what I'm talking about, Dash?
Not
I can't
really.
remember. It's like Darakuda or something like that. Basically, the waifu pillows.
Oh yeah, those pillows. Yes, yes. I actually like I have like a mock one, like a mock style for Dash that's a little bit an NSFWE, but I
My
don't actually have the physical pillow, but like I've always wanted like like a waifu type of thing, like particularly with Y'shtola. But yeah, like those were very popular for a time, but they're very expensive.
Yep. I remember getting one because I was curious, like, what is all this? And I got one. I just had the pillowcase when I got it. So I unraveled. I was like, oh my word, this is sad. Like, I understand it's popular, but sad. But you know what? I
Yeah.
don't judge because to me, it's also equivalent of a fleshlight or a dildo.
Oh yeah, like people be screwing their pillows.
Oh yeah. Before that, before the pillow invention came around, it was a little sock. And before you say
Yeah.
that only gooners or lonely or pathetic men would use socks, I remember hearing socks getting pounded on in the tents in Iraq when I was a soldier. You did not
Oh
sleep unless there
damn.
was someone
Yeah.
beating the
Such
meat.
a terrible thing to do to a nice pair of socks. I do not get the sock waking. Never
Yeah.
have.
Neither do I, but that's just what it is. I was like, it's like the point is like, it's not just some loser men, it's just male nature. It's just
Yeah.
keep
Yeah.
it private so we don't hear it. That's all I ask.
Yeah. Yeah. Be
You know,
discreet. Be polite. Be courteous. That don't be a pig.
yeah. So this one here, I'm just gonna highlight real quick. Basically, it's in Germany, but just more DDR5 prices going up to 470% since July. So we got more prices going on there. But I didn't want to cover too much on it because it's like the same news. It's just it's part of AI related, and PC gamers, we kind of need to know what's going on where's all these pricings coming from. So another news, Asus goes all in for AI and stops new smartphones. So that's their choice. Cool, I guess. But the reason I'm showing this is that they're going to stop doing smartphones. And if you come down here, this guy, Linus Bielan, says it seems that Asus didn't get the memo. Dell admits consumers don't care about AI PCs. Dell is now shifting
Well,
its focus in this year away from being all about the AI PC.
I didn't even know Dell was hopping in on the AI like train. Like it seems like every company It's like
Yeah.
throwing everything onto AI. Like they even put AI in my new smart TV.
Now I couldn't. Maybe you can find it for me. I saw it once, and I forgot to bookmark it. But even Ubisoft in its new projections is talking about focusing more on AI.
Lol.
Yeah.
My God.
I,
The Ubisoft situation. What's sad is, I was actually so worried that like Ubisoft, that I just got the Rayman Game Boy re-release from Mod Retro, just
Mhm.
because like it's there. Like,
Yeah.
and also support my boy Rayman.
Yeah. And it's funny is remember I told you about the Paris Union for Ubisoft, Solarities Informatique?
Yeah,
Do you remember the witch hunt they did on the execs accusing him of sexual assault?
yeah,
That they were found guilty of, and I pointed out that their court system is inquisitorial, like at the Inquisition, and they've had a lot of duds, like where they misfire, a mistrial, stuff like that, right? Well, that union tried to accuse Mike SL, the creator of Rayman, of the same thing too, and Mike says, "No, LOL, no, I'm gone," and he left. Like he left Ubisoft shortly in 2020.
in 2020 he left.
Yeah, somewhere around there, right? Early, it's either 2020, 2021, basically around when that whole controversy was going. So they
Dan,
couldn't, they
imagine
couldn't accuse
losing
him.
the fucking creator of fucking Rayman.
And he was like one of their Gen 2 devs. So they had originally 8, and one of the ones that was originally 8 that was accused was Sergei Haskot. He was one of the original 8 Ubisoft developers. And Mike Cassell was a teenager helping with some of their games. So he wasn't an official part, but he's been part of it. That when he finished high school and stuff, he went to work for them and has worked for them since. So he's like a Gen 2 dev. Like he knows them very well and has been with them for years. And then all this stuff happens. He's like, yeah, I'm gone. I'm done with this. So yeah, but Yves Guillemot, he made his choices and he's facing them. But Russia is threatening to ban GTA 6 from release in the country unless immoral content such as the leaked edition of male strippers is removed. So, Dash, if you play GTA 6 and your male strippers are gone, blame Russia.
Lol.
Yeah. So
I guess the
also,
Detroit
remember
Become
how
Human got banned too.
possibly, I mean, when you want to ban something because of male strippers, look, I'm not gay. I'll never go to a male strip club. I'll never go to a male strip club, even if Dash invites me for his wedding party or something like that. I'll be like, no, dude, I don't want to see some sausage. But I will say, if it's not in my face like that, where I can make the choice to go into a male strip club or not, I don't have a problem with it. I really don't. I didn't have a problem with a lot of gay characters in the early 2000s to late 2000s era, that early decade. It wasn't forced. I could explore and talk about their sexuality on certain gay characters I wanted, or I could say no. I could reject Alistar for trying to hit on me as a male Grey Warden. Just saying.
Yeah.
But I do got some more censorship.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Oh, okay,
more censorship.
Yeah. Okay, so this one, you remember we talked about Brown Dust 2 and they were going to censor and then they changed their mind?
All right. Yeah, the Brown Dust.
Right? You remember that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. They walked it back and then they walked it back again. Brown Dust 2 developer announced that it will restrict certain in-game content in Germany to comply with the country's local laws.
Yeah, only in Germany though.
Yeah, only in Germany. But I hope the thing is like that does get costly. That's the reason why they will censor it for the whole thing, because it's just cheaper that way. But unless it's for a narrative. So I'm hoping Brown Dust 2 does this and it succeeds for them. But the fact that they were going to not censor didn't censor, not censor, and now do a little bit of censorship, puts a red flag for me. Now, I'm not saying don't get the game. I'm saying we should put NeoWiz on our watch list, not like on an actual list, but like on our individual watch list of keep an eye on them, see what happens over time.
I'm gonna play the next gotcha. I'm gonna play is Arc Knights Enfield.
Ooh,
I'm not sure if you heard of that.
No, I haven't.
Oh yeah, well it's the big mobile game right now. It's a spin-off of the Arc Knights, but only it's a much bigger game, like with 3D graphics.
And I do got some. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so like, yeah, it's definitely got it. You know, it's definitely like a goonery type of game with lots of like fan service, like, you know, and there's tons of like, just look up Arc Knights Enfield.
I'll definitely look at that later. But I do got some Elder Scrolls 6 news. Straight from the veterans themselves. So this is not from me. This is not from Legacy Killer. This is from the veterans' own mouth, covered by air quotes real journalists. And it says, you might not like it. The vibes for Elder Scrolls has never been worse. Bruce Neesmith, Skyrim lead, Kurt Coleman, Skyrim co-lead, Michael Kirkbride, Morrowind, Oblivion writer, Nate Perkypile, Skyrim senior artist, all above saying the exact things you do not want to hear about Elder Scrolls 6. Now, I haven't seen the screenshots yet. I just saw this. I was like, okay, I'm going to put this off to the side for later. So,
yeah,
Elder Scrolls might disappoint fans, former Bethesda designer says. And
the fact that
go ahead.
Yeah, like that they're not that the lore people from the last 3 games aren't involved. That's very concerning, and it's like, honestly, I've lost interest. Can they win me back?
Go ahead.
No, yeah, like, I don't know. I don't think they can win me back personally.
Because here's what I'm going to point out here, being someone who has a game design background. Nate Perkypile also expresses belief about how a narrower scope than Starfield could potentially benefit the Elder Scrolls 6. You remember how Carrots was mentioning he wishes AAA would reduce the bloat?
Yeah.
That's what scope is supposed to be there for. And the reason I say this is interesting is because in my video, I point out that Cote, Mark Alexis Cote, right, from Ubisoft, he had an endless scope theory project. That's why all the AC games are very big, very vast, and the common denominator
really broke
is
the series, just making it too big.
It made it too big.
Like, it worked in Black Flag because you were literally using a ship.
Yeah,
but you know, No, get me wrong. Like, I have like friends that love AC Origins, but I just wasn't into the whole RPG thing.
Yeah, he started the RPG part, and he also started the filler quest and the redundancy. People were saying it's just got old fast. The repetition gameplay got old fast. That's one of his fingerprints. But he even said he wanted a more broader scope. He wanted endless scope theory when he did Tyranny of George. Was it Tyranny of George Washington, or was it Far Cry? Not Far Cry. Freedom Cry.
The Tyranny of King Washington, you mean?
Yeah, one of them. He wanted an endless scope budget, and we see that a lot with these newer games. They're making a massive $100 bucks pop games that are just not. There's nothing there. Like Starfield, you have to mod it to make it feel good because a lot of the planets feel empty. But he says a narrow scope than Starfield would have worked here. So I'm already right there. I'm like, okay, so they don't have scope, which means they don't have focus. Because what is a scope on like a gun or something? It's your focal point. It's your focus. It helps you focus on a target, a long distance target, right? They don't have scope. They don't have focus. With Kirk gone, my faith in the T6 is cratered. That's Kirkbride, Michael Kirkbride, right? So yeah, it's just that's not something I'm a Elder Scrolls fan. That's not something I want to hear. I'm not gonna lie.
Let me read this message. Kurt was the best writer the Elder Scrolls ever had. He was torchbearer of keeping Tamriel's more unique qualities and ideas alive. Not surprised he came up with so many of them. His living will be the creative detriment of 6. Such a massive
Yeah. All the old devs are gone. They're leaving. In fact, 2 of them one of my games find interesting is coming with their own version of like an Elder Scrolls game. So
you're gonna see a lot of like Mists of Avalon type of stuff. And hello, King of Monsters. Nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Nick Gang. Hello. But anyway, so Bo's favorite game that he endorsed, Star Rupture, just sold over 500,000 copies on Steam, and that's a recent game. We're almost at 1 million copies already. 500, they're like halfway there. So I played the beta a while back, and he did because he recommended it. It's actually pretty fun.
Yeah, the big crafting games. So it's a lot like No Man's Sky.
Pretty much, yeah. You get to, it has a mix of Satisfactory in there. You get the conveyor belts, all that kind of stuff. It's a fun game. I'm actually thinking about playing games like this as a background for my news. So I'm trying to find a different way of doing my news cycle. And I don't know if it's the best way to get clicks, but I like the idea of playing a game as I'm talking about the news.
Yeah, that's definitely a style. Like I've tried it like in some of my older content.
Mm-hmm.
You know, before I did the whole just reading tweets thing that I normally do with my videos.
Yeah. But so yeah, that's when it's I just want to point that out there for Bo. I didn't know if he was going to show up or not, but he made a good call on letting us know about it.
He could be out of internet. He could be out.
He could be, but I think it's more of he's doing the basketball game coverage because he does that.
And yeah, what about Karis? Is Karis coming?
Karis has. I asked the boss lady if he can come over, and she's like, he's got to help finish packing up and unpacking from February because they want to be out of their old location by February. So they're not done with that yet, apparently. So I told Karis, like, you heard the boss lady, so he probably won't be here today. But speaking of location, the official Stellar Blade account announced that the team has completed a location scout for its sequel and shared a teaser photo. The location strongly resembles a place in China, with many fans comparing it to Chongqing's striking urban scenery. So that could be interesting. I thought that would be kind of interesting. I don't even the city looks so tight. I don't even know if Spider-Man can swing through the way it looks so cramped. Is what I'm saying. It's like I'm thinking Spider-Man. I was like, could Spider-Man swing through there? I mean, he probably could, but it still looks pretty cramped. Like if he had a long string, I'm guaranteed he'd hit the sides of the roofs and stuff. But that looks. Look at that. They even got waterfalls coming out of there, so clearly that someone needs to call a plumber, I guess. Yeah. But that looks pretty cool.
Oh yeah. So like this is based off a real location. You know, it's so hard since I don't have my 2 monitors, man.
That's fine. But we do have news from Nintendo.
Yep. Quick. I think this is the story I covered. It's about the guy who left, right? Or is it something completely different?
Do you think everyone
we're gonna watch the Devin Pitchford speech.
great to be here. My name is Devin, and before anything else, I want to celebrate the New York Game Awards. 15 years of supporting the games industry, and in doing so, lifting up the voices, stories, and dreams of so many. This show connects people who are united by a shared belief that every dream matters and that everyone deserves a chance to do meaningful and creative work in games and storytelling.
Okay, hold on. Did you hear what she said?
Everyone deserves to tell stories in gaming.
That's what you hear. That's what your brain translates. But you forgot something. Everyone deserves to do meaningful work. Meaningful work. Meaningful work. Every corporation does that. They'll tell you something and then they write it and word it in such a way that you forget the key parts. Right? Like you just did. You just did it just now. You said everyone deserves to do gaming and storytelling. But she says meaningful work. So that poses the question. What's meaningful work? Is a non-binary Mario and a strong independent Zelda meaningful work? Or is a feminine Zelda who relies on Link to do his thing while at the same time supporting him and being the light of Hyrule meaningful work? Is Mario being strong and saving the princess meaningful work? That's the question. What is meaningful work? So exactly. I already called it. She's woke.
Yeah. Also, I told you about the Great Rebel. I talked about how her and Doug already proved this wrong since they banned the Great Rebellion from Switch after originally agreeing to let that game on.
Yep.
Like they did it after the fact, and they wasted money trying to censor the game of political content.
Mm-hmm.
They wasted money on dev kits, and like they cost the dev team a lot in resources because they were expecting a return on this new version.
Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna go to the full thing of what she says. I just wanted to be the key part I want to point out is meaningful work. If you read articles, right? I mean, you do, I do, right? But my point is, if you read the corporate speak, you start picking it up. You start seeing common phrases, common words being used, select choice words, and people say, "Oh, you're just being conspiratorial." And it's like, no. They have people that talk to them about how to make money, how to be a better company, because they're a corporation. They already know we're going to see them as evil because they're corpos. So they try to say this stuff. The problem is they become more like that fictional corpo. The one that says we care about the environment, we care about all this stuff, but in reality, they're a secret organization for evil or whatever, right? Even though they're clearly not trying to be evil, they're putting their ideology into this stuff. And they use the same lines because they had the same people telling them the power words. They create their own power words that corporate speak. Meaningful work, diversity, inclusion. They don't go to a thesaurus and use a different word. It has to be diversity. It has to be inclusion. It has to be meaningful work.
But what do you think about the fact that I already disproved that that whole thing about uplifting and everyone deserving to hear the story, how all that doesn't line up?
Well, I agree. You're saying not everyone can make a great story.
No. I'm saying like they literally like denied a game for political reasons.
Yeah, it's because it doesn't fit their agenda. It does not fit their agenda.
And after they had already censored the political messaging out of the game.
And you know what the people are going to say to you about that, Dash? Well, yeah, that was Bowser, but with Devin, a woman, she's going to make sure everyone is fair. She would not lie to us. Okay, so let
the Great Rebellion on.
Yeah, that's it. That's the whole argument. That's the thing that they're going to try to argue that it's with different leadership. And all you have to do is say, okay, fine. Why doesn't she unban these games? Why doesn't she let us play these games? Why are we getting bricked? But speaking of bricks,
Oh wait, I thought you were going to play the
Dash?
whole speech.
Okay. I know you rented. I know you. I told you what I was. We're just going to go to that one point. So I don't need to continue on because, well, I can't stand the sound of her anyways. I won't lie. I really can't. The way it's not because she's a wonder. It's just the way she talks. It makes my brain want to shut her out.
Oh yeah, like I didn't even play. I don't really know how bad her voice is, but I did go over the statements of what she said, and I think every story should be heard is a red flag, and it was dribble.
Every meaningful work, every meaningful story.
Yeah, I know. Like that's the word you honed in on. Me is like I was honing in on the word.
That's what the general populace is saying. Every story should be heard. She's not. She can get sued for that. If she says every meaningful story, then and you don't hear the meaningful part, she says no. I said every meaningful story, which poses the question: what is meaningful? Rebellion won't be meaningful to her. So she goes, I'm not bringing it on because it's not meaningful.
You get to fight. Well, in the original, you get to fight George Soros.
Yeah, but it seems like Dash, you paid $500 to rent a Switch 2, but it seems like everyone else is going to be paying more in the coming years. Research firm Nico predicts a global price hike for Nintendo Switch 2 in 2026, driven by tariffs and memory costs. Nico believes the best time to buy a Nintendo Switch, or let me correct that. Let me correct it, and I'll explain why later. Nico believes the best time to rent a Nintendo Switch 2 is right now before Nintendo issues a global price hike. And the reason why I say rent is if you do something that Nintendo doesn't like, they will break your Switch. If it was truly yours to own, Nintendo couldn't do that without facing legal controversy. The fact that they can break your Switch that you bought from them means you don't have full control over your property that you bought from them. So that's why I call it rent.
Everything's tied to a Nintendo account now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you piss Nintendo off and they ban your account, like you lose all your purchases and shit.
Yeah, because everybody's going. Everybody's doing exactly what Bezos is wanting right now. Everybody's going to subscription access. That's why Bezos is trying to pitch a PC that's like the Switch and everything else, where there's nothing in there but the apps you put on. And that's why he says that's AWS, Amazon Web Services or whatever. You basically would be paying for an access subscription. If you don't pay your access, you don't have access to anything.
I said this on previous shows, but I am so glad I got all my hardware. I got my Switch 2. I have my PS5. I've got a working Xbox One X. You know, I am good on hard, and now I have the Chromatic too.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
Go ahead.
I am very good when it comes to games right now.
Yeah.
Like, I've got my hardware intact.
Mm-hmm.
I won't need an upgrade for another 5 or 6 years.
Yeah. And here's what I'm going to point out. It's very interesting that we brought into the subscription model. This was not planned, right? But I put this in here, hoping that we'd be able to link this in here somehow. And well, Dash, thank you for that. Microsoft plans to launch a free ad-supported tier for Xbox Cloud gaming later in 2026. This would let users stream owned digital games or select titles without a Game Pass subscription after watching roughly 2 minutes of pre-roll ads per session. This is funny. I don't know if Pirate Nation wrote this down or if this is a line that he actually read. Like, one thing I will admire about Pirate Nation is he has tweets that go out almost every hour on the hour, 24 hours a day.
Yeah, and
I don't know how he's managed to be able to do all that.
They're not always accurate. Like, for instance, he was saying Codevine has type A and B. When no, you just select the body shape, male or female. It doesn't say male or female, but you select from 2 choices. Yeah. So it doesn't say male or female, but it also doesn't say body type A and B.
This is why I was telling Carrots on a separate DM. We were talking about a certain thing he found. I was like, yeah, you do realize that, like, it was not saying anything about him. It was just a conversation we're having about a certain topic. And in regarding the topic, I says, did you know you can get sued for libel on Twitter? And Kurt Cobain's widow is the one that proved it. She got sued for
Pirate
libel.
Nation better be careful, or else he might get sued. Like, if he misreports a story. But otherwise, he's a great source for gaming news. Like, he covers all the things I want to hear.
And this is why I use them a lot. I don't try to use them a lot because I do want to get balance here. But he comes up on my feed a lot. I'll say, this is interesting. Some of them I look into. Others I think might be plausible, like this, I put off to the side because I do remember reading about ads in games of being pitched. But I don't know if he wrote this or he just, got it from an article. But here's what I'm going to put it out here. Let users stream owned digital games.
Owned digital games. Wow.
But people say we can't own our digital games.
Yeah, if you're watching ads, you do not own a damn game.
Yeah. Well, no. Hold on. My point is, remember the argument: digital games you can't own, you buy a license. I believe, and I said this before, even though it's a very nuanced conversation, that when you pay money for something with the intent of buying, you own it, right? You're not buying the schematics to make a chair, for example. You're buying the chair itself. You could paint it neon, modify it, right? You can sit on it, engage with it, interact with it, or toss it in a burn pile, or sell it to someone who wants that chair, right? Because you've already paid the full price, right? So what you do with it is your business. If you're saying that we own our digital games, but now either we have to have a Game Pass subscription to play it, or we have to watch an ad, and yet you admit to owning, they're gonna say, oh no, you don't own it. But if we own it, if you're saying we own it, right? Just a catch here. Then you're blackmailing us, you're coercing us. You can't play your property. We won't let you play with your property that you bought from us unless you either pay us a subscription or you watch these hundreds of ads. Because it used to be what? YouTube used to have an ad once in a blue moon. Then it was an ad once in 3 moons, an ad nearly once a day, ad an hour. Now it's like, what, 5-6 ads at times?
Yeah, like you have to pay up the ads just to use a subscription service and get ads anyway.
Yep. And I have YouTube Premium, but I only have it because I'm a streamer. Like we do podcast. We do podcasts. What if we have to show a YouTube video? I'm going to show it without having an ad on it. I have to pay for that subscription. If I didn't need a subscription, there would be no subscription plan for us. So this is why I don't have Rumble. What's it called? Rumble Premium, I think it is. Whatever. I'm not going to pay for something if I can get it for free. Well, you have to watch the ads. I have an ad blocker or skip ads. And if that doesn't work, I just won't watch your platform. Sorry. I just won't. I know they got to make money, but that was something. But then we got something from Cyberpunk. So Dash, do you believe that you should be charging people for mods?
No.
Because Cyberpunk 2077 VR mod disappears after the mod maker decides he'd rather take it down than make it free. The creator of the popular Real VR mod for Cyberpunk 2077 accused CD Projekt Red of ironclad corporal logic after the studio issued a DMCA demanding the mod's removal. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't usually like to side with corporations, but I don't believe in paying for mods because you're modifying the original work, right? You can make it better, you can make it good, whatever. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't be paid for your labor. If it's like Dash, dude, let me ask the chat this. If I said, okay, you have to be a paid member to watch Dragoncast, I make it members only. You have to be a subscription-based membership, or you have to pay super chats, or I'm going to find some way to remove you from my chat. How would you take that? or better yet, a better way of saying it, if you want to make clips of my work, you need to pay me for that. You need to make clips of, if you want to make clips of my podcast to share with people, you need to pay me for that. You want to make a clip where I look like an idiot or look awesome and get some, awesome music in the background, all that stuff, to make it look better. You have to pay me for that. How would you feel about that? You would like it because right now I'm basically, I have my own takes on this stuff, but I'm showing someone else's tweet. I didn't write that tweet, right?
Well, I mean, I've only just started locking certain streams behind membership, but it's mostly just the talk shows, like reruns. Most
reruns.
Of my game streams are unprivated, so you can go back and just watch them. But
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like we're live right now, and for you to watch live, you have to be members only. And or if you want to do clips, you have to pay. I said, probably way
making live streams not the absolutely. I'm not doing that. I wouldn't do that.
That's what I'm asking in the chat. I guarantee you my chat would leave. So here when he says he'd rather take it down than make it free, he says ironclad corporal logic. No, dude, you charged someone. You were forcing people to pay you for your popular mod. Granted, is the popular mod? I'm pretty sure it's a good mod. But there are ways to support modders, right? Like for us, what do we have? We have super chats. We don't force people to make super chats. We don't only just read the super chat. We don't only read our members, like our paid member subscriptions, right? We read everybody's fairly. But if people want to support us, they can send a super chat. They can they can make a paid membership. They can go to a Patreon, right? That's what modders usually, they use Patreons. There are ways to donate to your favorite modder and help them out. But I could see why CU Project Red would attack them, because in their eyes, that's their creative property. That's their IP. And you're charging off of an alteration of it without their permission. You don't have a license to make that mod. I'm pretty sure in most cases, most corporations are okay with you making mods as long as you're not taking money from them, kind of deal. Like it's kind of hard with corporate speak. But no, I just want to point that out there. But there's something that's even more fascinating. From what I heard, this person's like 15 or something. I'm not sure. I couldn't find the original post, but you know about Minecraft too, right?
Yeah, Hightail, whatever it's called.
Well, a modder has managed to find a way to make Minecraft with Hightail. Modder USS Squad team is working on Hightail Minecraft crossplay. Make Bedrock Hightail Java crossplay possible, so you can play Hightail and Minecraft together, like a crossplay. I don't know how he's able to do. He's doing this, but apparently he's doing this.
Modders is working on. So what does the mod do? I don't follow.
Apparently, it's like, okay, think of it like this. In traditional games, right? You have, let's say, Helldivers, right? You have Helldivers for the PC, you have Helldivers for PlayStation, and you have Helldivers for Xbox, right? Then crossplay would mean you could play Helldivers on the Xbox while your friend is playing on the PC. So what someone's trying to do is crossplay Hightail with the Java and Bedrock versions of Minecraft. Like if I remember correctly, Bedrock is the usual console version, and Java is the one that you could play on PC. I mean, you can play Bedrock on PC as well, but Java's the one that's usually is able to make more mods for and stuff. But
Interesting.
yes.
Wow. Yeah, cross-play between
Oh, that's
different
the wrong one.
games, even though they're different games, that's pretty out there. I never even considered that
Yeah, I would love to see
even
it though.
possible.
I don't even think it is possible, but someone thinks it is, and they're trying to make it possible. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to cover it if it happens. I'm going to cover it. That'll be kind of cool, but
It'd be like an invasion, essentially.
because I think it's two different coding. Oh yeah, but I always promised Sonya I'd find her games that she might like. But Chained Wheels is an upcoming online friend swap driving game by Cargo Games. 2 players control vehicles permanently chained together, navigating off-road biomes with physics puzzles, obstacles, and dynamic weather. So it's like chained together, but with
clunky.
cars.
Yeah, it's a clunk. It's part of this new. It's part of this new like evolving genre called clunky co-op. Popularized by games like Phasmophobia.
Or oh, it's even called friend this type with like the was it Physics Pals or Farm Pals? I can't remember, but it's a physics-based game. They're also trying to call the genre friend slop because it's sloppy games, yet it's still fun and engaging. And I actually thought this is. I was like, you know what? When I was thinking, I was like, I don't usually go for these type of games, but I would probably play this just for the chaos of it.
I'd play it if I got an invite. Sure.
Yeah. We'll have to schedule some because you seem to work late sometimes, or you got other things going on. I could never figure out when to send you an invite on some of my games. But do you like free to play games?
Yeah.
Would you rather
the game I'm going to play is Arknight's Enfield, and I also started playing 2XKO.
Well, I got a free play game for you with no character gotcha. Dual Knight Abyss is finally launches on Steam right now.
No gotcha. One character. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And for all of y'all worried about staring at a dude's ass for hours, no, you're staring at a woman's ass.
Lol.
So, but it's free to play.
Trust me, the people that come to stare at me, they want to stare at me.
I'm staring at you already, and I'm wishing I didn't. But yeah, so that's it. Now, I don't want to do too much talking on Ubisoft because I did do a freaking week-long research. But I figured we'd go ahead and talk about this, but I'm going to have to check on my kid in a second. So,
yeah. And
we're going to get right into the
when you want to talk about Fable, I have an interesting tweet from Smash.
You do? Okay, we'll go into it, but after Ubisoft, we're going to get into the actual interesting stuff. Like, I know I like to point and laugh at Ubisoft now, haha, Ubisoft's failing, but I did a whole big video on it, so we're just covering it quick. But I did a video where, based on what I saw and the patterns I've pieced together, based on facts and findings and articles themselves. All right, Assassin's Creed is one of their big flagships, and it's also the one that's costing them a lot of money. Like they get. I'll be honest, yes, launch date sales, they shine, right? Like they get like Assassin's Creed Shadows, Valhalla, Odyssey, they get the launch sales. But one thing you start noticing, like on Steam DB and stuff, the active players drop significantly. And then they don't have, and even Ubisoft admitted this, they don't have the sales afterwards. Like they're not making enough sales after launch date. Because like normally, like Assassin's Creed or any other games, let's say Assassin's Creed 3 is coming out right now, right? and you're not able to afford it right now. You didn't get your paycheck, right? It's not in your budget. So you wait a couple days from the launch date when you can pay for it, right? But you hear from your friends, it's not a great game. It's repetitive. It's got this glitch. You watch YouTubers talking about it. Maybe you see a little bit of gameplay, and you realize it's not as fun as you want it. So you don't get it, right?
Yep.
But with previous games that like I said with Assassin's Creed 2 and 3 and all that stuff, right? They would have their launch date sales where people line up to GameStop like a bread line and get the game on launch day. But the game still sold, and people even look for pre-owned copies, right? Which increased their sales over time, gave them a steady flow of sales until their next game. That's not happening with subscription-based services or with Cote's Dreamland. And so he's suing them because they fired him. He was given, according to his own files and stuff, he was given after the launch of Shadows, Ubisoft Mona, they kind of restricted him from the Assassin's Creed stuff due to their trying to realign the corporation's new plan with the 5 creative houses and all that stuff, right? They offered him a lesser role in the Vantage Studios, where he'd be reporting to someone that reports to someone who's related to Ubisoft that literally reports to Ubisoft. So he'd be like, right now he's before all this, he reported only to Ubisoft. He was like the guy in charge of Assassin's Creed, and all he answered to was the CEO.
So he got fired after Shadows. That's very interesting.
Hold on, there's more to it. Not literally after Shadows. He was offered a secondary position in the Vantage Studios. When he asked about the main position, the head of Vantage Studios type position, the franchise role, he said he was not qualified. He didn't meet the specifications. And Ubisoft didn't even back him up on it. Like Ubisoft, according to him, he said Ubisoft even refused the concept of him having that role. Like Ubisoft, like a guy who worked under for since 2018, tells you the guy you worked under, who was your poster child for DEI, like he's viewed DEI since 2018. You tell him he's not good enough. That tells you that you could argue Assassin's Creed Shadows succeed. You can argue Valhalla succeed. You can argue all these sales numbers, right? Because money talks, bullshit walks. Yet if
they were shifting him after Shadows, that's proof that Ubisoft internally was not happy with the game.
They weren't. Well, think about it. He caused an international incident with his revisionist with Yakuza.
Bad press. Yeah. They really botched it. And to be honest, really, if they had just made a samurai game about Yusuke and not call it Assassin's Creed, maybe it would have been less controversial. Maybe it would have been better.
The thing is, I don't think it would have worked. You heard about Immortals Phoenix Rising?
Yeah.
It was
that was that Breath of the Wild clone on Switch.
No. Let me see if I can pull it up again.
No, I know what game you're talking about. It's with the girl and the Greek. You fight the Greek gods.
Yes, that's what I'm going to put it for everyone else out here. So give me a moment to put that out here. This was his baby. He was proud of this. He called it his. He was joyful about it, or something like that. Something joyful. This has 71K reviews, right? 104 players right now. This came out 2 years ago. I'll play since 2 years ago.
Yeah. Player peak 2,000 players.
In its first run, 909. Yeah, in the first run. Remember, this is Ubisoft, a corporation, a AAA corporation. Okay. They had almost they had under 1,000 players. It drops down to 200 players.
And then you see a spike probably when the game goes on sale.
Yeah, every time there's a spike, there's a sale. Right? But still, 2,000 is the highest I ever got. This is one of Kote's games with pansexual gods and gender fluid characters.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah. A very woke game, very brand new.
I did
franchise
not hear
IP.
about this. I mean, I know that shit's in Hades, but it's in this game?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Well, I think like because so few people have played it, there were few people to complain about it.
Yeah, it's a very niche group that's playing this game, and it's a Kote oversaw the production of it. MAC or Marxist Alexis Kote, whatever you want to call him. This was his game. It's literally okay. Here we go. Hold on, let me make sure this is right. Actually, probably not. This is Reddit, so that's take it if you. I don't like to use Reddit too much, so I won't go with that.
Yeah,
but,
I don't blame you.
But yeah, the thing people pointed out in the past was that there's pansexual gods. There's it's not like in your face, so to speak, too much, but it's like you can tell they're trying to argue something in there. But this was one of Kote's thing. Let me to prove that. Let me go to Moby Games here and pull that up for you. So this is Mark Alexis Kote, right? Assassin's Creed Shadow, Mirage, The Lost Gods, Mist of the Eastern. Now here's the thing. With Mirage was one of the only games during his tenure that got a lot of praise as true to the original, less bloat, all that stuff. Hello, Alan Jones. But he didn't make this game. He was the executive producer, but it was not in Quebec. It was in Bordeaux, Ubisoft Bordeaux. So, but you see, here we go. Immortals, Phoenix Rising, Mist of the Eastern thing, Phoenix Rising again, right? Valhalla, Odyssey, Syndicate, Black Flag, Tyranny of King Washington, Forgotten Sands for the PSP and Wii, Surf's Up, Open Season. Now, the thing about these earlier games, he was a programmer on. He wasn't a designer yet. And people reported constant buggy messes. Now, to be fair, ports usually get buggy. I get it. The problem is that those bugs continue into his design phase, where he's actually in this stuff. Like, here to give him special thanks, right? But he was a mission director for the Brotherhood, and that was the Da Vinci missions. So he has a pattern. When you look at what he played in and what he directed and did for the gameplay, you see a pattern that by the time he's an executive producer by Odyssey, right? That's when people agreed the game went woke.
Didn't Syndicate also have like a trans character in it?
That was his character.
Probably.
That was his character. No, that was because he was the creative director. During this time period, one of the old guard, the original creators of Assassin's Creed, was still the head honcho. I forget the title he had. It was like brand director or something like that.
Yeah. So Odyssey is when the brand totally pivoted. I agree. Like, Unity was just a mess. Unity was just a mess because it was the first multiplayer Assassin's Creed game, and they completely botched it.
Yeah. By the time Odyssey happened, the old guard was gone. They moved I forget his name, but they moved him out and put this guy in charge. And if you look at the games, like if you look at the Homestead Act for Assassin's Creed 3, if you look at Freedom Cry, right? Freedom Cry talks about slavery and liberation, and you just start seeing certain messages like the Homestead Act. it's basically a melting pot of different cultures, races, creeds, all that stuff. Socialism in a colonial America, and that's the homestead missions. Then you have Da Vinci and the Da Vinci disappearance.
Yeah, I haven't played Liberation.
Hello, Ultra TTRPG.
Hey,
Hello.
Hunter. Hey.
But yes, I'm not trying to spoil too much, but these games are old. But you
But
look
yeah, these games are old. I mean, like, you know, I could always go back and play the Abilene game if I'm curious, but like I have so much to catch up on. I just fell out of this franchise, like, you know, and
I for me, Black Flag was my last game.
yeah,
And
but
it
you know
wasn't
what? It was a
because-
hell of a game to end on because Black
Yeah.
Flag is like a near perfect. Like
It was-
I was tearing up by the end of it.
Same here. But the Syndicate I didn't play in some of the other ones like Unity and stuff because the French Revolution, Industrial Era didn't really. They're not my favorite periods of history. I get bored about watching them and stuff. But I thought about coming back when the Odyssey came out, but I had a kid that was a baby at the time. He was like 3 years old. Valhalla was coming out, and when my friends played it, he says, "You don't want to play it." He says, "But it's like," he told me about Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. He's like, "Don't play those. You don't want to play those." So I didn't. And
Yeah, I just couldn't get into the loot and RPG stuff. To me, it just breaks the whole concept of stealth and assassination.
yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah, you know, like in Assassin's Creed games, you could be OP if you mastered the parry system and like take down armies, but you had to be really fucking good in order to do that.
I was really fucking good at the parry system, especially with Black Flag.
Oh yeah, you could do some really fucking sick stuff, like put a pistol to a guy's head.
Mhm.
That is so badass.
I would remember causing some problems, having a Templars and guards coming after me, and just standing in the middle of the street, just parrying them. I would see or in Assassin's Creed 3, I'd see the British soldiers lining up their shots and grab another guy and just use a meat shield. It was like it was fun, you know. It was a parkour system. That was Assassin's Creed's main thing. It was parkour. But this guy, when he did Tyranny of Kings and on up, he had a creative bloat. He wanted to use an endless scope. He wanted to make this big thing, and the only one during his tenure that people praised was Mirage. Like,
yeah, Mirage is decent. I've played a bit of it. It actually feels like Assassin's Creed
because it's not done by him. He's just the VP when it was done. It was done in a different studio. And then when you add Immortals Phoenix Rising, it shows he has no creative bone in his body. He has no passion other than ideology, and he needs Assassin's Creed. He needs it so he can dictate his dream. He calls himself the Guardian. Hello, Lord Dragonil. He calls himself the Guardian of the franchise, and I pointed out in my video. This is what people said he claimed about him, right? Well, like you said, 104 in game, 2,300 all time. This came out a couple of years ago, and it was done by Ubisoft, right? Here it is, a AAA corporation. Let's look up Assassin's Creed Mirage. Just to prove a point here. I'd already done it, but there we go. 74, 494 in game. So let's go back real quick.
Yeah, I have the physical PS5 version.
104 in game, right? This came out what, 2023 if I remember correctly? 2022. So a year earlier, right? 104 in game.
Yeah, so yeah, I think it's almost 500 people are playing Mirage right now.
Yeah,
that's pretty
almost
good.
500. Came out in 2024, so 2 years ago. 7,870 all time. Look at that. That's just 1 week. Let's look at the year. Look at that. That fluctuation is a little different than his baby. This is something that's true to form. It's still getting
You
a
know,
lot. It's at 500 a year later, right? We'll even do it max. It did drop a
fun
little
fact:
bit.
the guy who plays the assassin in Mirage is the guy who plays Agent Stone in the Sonic movies.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
I have yet to play this game, but the only reason I haven't played it is because of the launcher. I don't want to give Ubisoft a cent.
Oh yeah, do you have a console?
I don't have a console. I would
No?
have to get used to, because nowadays you have to download
You got to
it
get used to downloading your games, of course.
because you're downloading the activation key. So therefore, even though it's physical with modern games now, it's no longer your game.
Yeah, I also think you have a Ubisoft account, user license agreement, all the Orwellian
The moment you have to
shit.
do any of that, once you see an EULA, it's no longer your game. But yeah, that is the vision of this guy, of Kote, that's suing them, right? He's throwing a hissy fit, his ego. He remember, like, the way he talks about how he takes the moral stance and everybody's just sad for hating Yasuke, right? Before the game came out, right? The way he demonized people, an entire country, even about the shrine, all that stuff. And we see a glitchy mess and woke pandering, LGBTQ propaganda, all that political pandering, right? In the game.
Yeah.
We win.
What was Romance even doing in Assassin's Creed, like outside of like like, you know, I remember that Odyssey thing where they literally had to break the lore because people complained that, like, you know, canonically your character had to be in a straight relationship.
Yeah, oh yeah, I covered that in the video, which, you know, makes sense because this is based on
genetic memory.
All these genetic memory. That means your ancestor cannot be fucking gay. I'm sorry. You can make an argument.
Like, you can have a side fling once or twice, experiment a little bit, but you need, at the end of the day, they need to continue their bloodline.
That's the whole point. If your version of Aldatore is he's gay, well, I hate to say it, but that's not going to be canon, and it breaks the lore because for what's his name,
Desmond
Miles, right? Desmond Miles.
Yeah, Desmond Miles.
For him to have those memories, that means that he has to get freaky with the opposite sex, and so does Connor, and so does Kenway, so does nearly every assassin protagonist character that's in the animus that points to him directly. It's your genetic.
I don't even know how much of these new assassins are even like are they even Desmond's ancestors at this point? Like, I think they're using like a bunch of different memories, and Desmond no longer matters. And I hate that because I think Desmond was the core of the franchise.
Yeah, I'm surprised he came up. But before we get into it, Polar Plays 95 has rated this stream over on Z Rumbles. Thank you for the raid, Polar Plays.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yes, we are just briefly talking about the Assassin's Creed franchise. Now, I do have a video on it. It's my last video I put out this morning. I was trying to get it out earlier in the week, but I wanted to use key gameplay, so I used Assassin's Creed 3 and Black Flag because, you know, flagship, right? But I also try to get the article headlines and snippets so people could see the key thing I'm talking about. So I think I did a good job because usually those deep dives I do like 40 minutes. It's a 40-minute video, but I managed to condense it down to about 23 minutes. So other than that, my mic had some issues, but even then, if you do the Ask AI, you get the concept of what I'm talking about, and you can piece it together. Like this guy, yeah. People want to say, if people are going to argue that Assassin's Creed was the breadwinner, like it was that important of a game, it was like this is like the Mario of Ubisoft. This is like, if this crashes, like they did say, Assassin's Creed needs to win and it needs to succeed, or Ubisoft's going to go down, right? If this is that big of a deal, then you can't tell me the guy that runs it for since 2018 is the guy that single-handedly, I wouldn't even say single-handedly, but mostly sunk Ubisoft. If you're going to tell me Assassin's Creed is that important, Yeah, like I said, if you're saying it's that
Mirage,
important,
I thought it was going to be the comeback, and then they came out with Shadows like after and completely like torpedoed that.
yeah. And now what
And
happened?
it's so funny that almost 500 people tonight are playing Mirage.
Yeah.
How
And
many
here's
players does Shadow have? Oh, go check Shadow's numbers.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Let me go look at Assassin's Creed. We'll do all of his titles. Shadows first.
Yeah.
4,000.
Okay. There's 4,000 people playing it in game.
But it's new. But look at that. Whoop. This is a
It doesn't have
game.
the peaks Mirage has.
Yeah, this doesn't have the peak. I think. Let's see. It's pretty flat compared to other games. Let's look at
Mirage. Let's look at Mirage.
Well,
Again?
we already looked at Mirage. We're gonna look at Odyssey. There we go. I can't spell Odyssey. 87, right? Reviews.
My God, what is wrong with people? Like, play Mirage.
Look. Bonk. Never went back up. The highest peak since launch is barely even half.
All right. Let's look at Mirage again since that's the one we're trying to defend. Assassin's Creed.
I don't think we mean this Mirage.
Oh, I don't think that's the right Mirage. Yeah, don't click on that one.
Ass Mirage. Yeah, you could argue that it doesn't have a lot of viewers, but here's the thing. It didn't even get a lot of coverage, a lot of PR, marketing, or any of that, because it didn't fit Cote's narrative. But still, Monday, September, so 2 months later, and it's a small game. That's the thing I'm going to point out. It's not a bloated game like Odyssey, Creed, all this stuff. It could be something that you could finish in 2 months or even a month.
Yeah, like it's just the entire city of Baghdad. It's very condensed, just like old Assassin's Creed.
Mm-hmm. And it's still.
And you can even go outside the city, like you can ride a camel. You can
There's some sales parts in here, but the thing is, I'm going to argue, Cote did such a horrible job running the Assassin's Creed franchise that even hurt one of the best games it had in his tenure. Like people are afraid to touch Mirage. Right? It didn't get a lot of marketing. I guarantee if it got enough marketing, it would have boosted sales, but it didn't fit his narrative. It doesn't have the bloat. It doesn't have the preaching, the LGBTQ plus thing. None of that. Now you can add that in there. I guarantee you.
Like there's even like a quest that's the game is even friendly to Christians. Like, there's a thing where you actually help this white Christian preacher who's getting like harassed or something. And you like,
that's the thing. It's like, and people don't realize, like, when you take the politics out of it, and this is someone who was in the Iraqi war, this is someone who served in the military. You take the politics out of it, Christians, Jews, and Muslims actually do get along. Surprisingly, it's the moment someone radicalizes that religion that we start hating each other. I'm not saying that the Arabs do the best thing in the world. I'm not saying the Jews do. I'm not saying the Christians do. I'm not saying the atheists. None of that. What I'm saying is, popular contrary belief, our doctrines are very similar because they're Abrahamic, which means we have to love and respect one another. So helping a Christian in this game isn't propaganda. It's literally historically accurate.
Yeah, no, like, and I thought it was endearing. I thought it made the main character look good.
Oh yeah, made the main character.
Yeah, even
look
though
good.
it's a side quest, side quest, like I think it's like one of the first.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying for the side quest. It's one that you don't have to do. You could choose to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it wasn't part of the main story. It was a side thing, but I think it opens up more quests later.
Yeah,
I'm not
the only
entirely
downside. Now, the only downside I'm going to say for everybody here, because I want people to play this game. Yes, you're not going to own the game. Ubisoft said get used to not owning your own games. Got it. But if you want to send a message to Ubisoft, even though I have 500 subs and 8 viewers right now, If you want to send Ubisoft a message of what makes a good game, rent this game off Steam. Play this game. Tell everybody about it. This is the non-Kote game. It's true to the original Assassin's Creed games. Now people send that spike out, that's going to say something. But you know what? That's not going to happen. But I'm just saying, if you want to play an Assassin's Creed game that's not bloated and is not old at the same time, this one. Dash, you played it, right?
Yeah, I've played it. Like, the only thing it borrows from the newer games is the eagle, is seeing through the eagle. That's literally like, a lot of it is like the throwing knives are back. Like the burrows are back from Assassin's Creed 1, and they're like bigger now. And you can even enter them from the roof, just like in the original game.
Yep.
So like there's tons of nostalgia right there. You can even get an Altair costume.
Yeah. And it's even funny. It's like the player numbers, gains and losses. It shows it's not a great consistency, but still shows on what you would
word of mouth.
Word of mouth and consistency. It's the numbers don't fall down flat. And even now, it's come down a little bit. It had a Steam sale back in earlier this last fall, I guess. But you can still see it's still getting about 1,000 people playing, and that's what, $80 times 1,000. Yeah, it's not a lot, but I guarantee you it has more consistency. If this game actually had better marketing rather than Kote using his ego and like, I don't like this game because it doesn't support my narrative and my view for Assassin's Creed, I guarantee you it would have put all his titles to shame if it had better marketing. I did not hear about this game until last year. I did not even know this game existed.
I got it at launch.
I didn't even know it existed. Nothing to put that out there. I like, that's how bad Ubisoft lost.
I didn't finish, but I was happy. Like the only thing is, like, I do think that like some women having like some roles that I don't think they probably might have had in certain areas, but like you put that aside, like fundamentally and mechanically, it feels like, stealth, like getting in, there's no RPG stuff. And the map is actually, even though it's not like Odyssey big, it is still like you have the entire city of Baghdad and outside of it too.
Yep. Now, I'm going to wrap it up on the Ubisoft. We did talk about enough. I think we roasted Kote. Kote, you know what? It's been fun. Nice knowing you. Go to fucking hell. Uvesco Mo, I already know. But I'm going to tell you, get you to not owning your own company. But other than that, Dash, do you have anything to say before we get into Fable? Because I'm going to let you talk about your article, but I had to step out and hold on, son, and help my son.
Okay, yeah. Yep. No, I'm good. I'm good on Mirage. I said my piece.
Okay, so you said you had something for Fable. I'm going to let you start that off, and I'll
just put it up on the screen. I just want to share Smash's tweet. Like he's highlighting the female dev team. I'm not sure if like this is fair. And according to if Wargaming Dad, he's saying this is a Woman's Day photo.
Yep. Well, real quick, I'm gonna let you talk about it. I'm gonna take advantage of that to go do it with my son, and I'll come back and touch base with you. My son's pulling out my sleeve right now.
I'm not sure if like this is fair, but like because obviously they have to have like more employees than just this. But like Smash, he likes to bait a little bit. Like he does a little trolling. We get that. But honestly, like, I think there's more reason to be concerned about Fable than just who's making it. Though I did see like, one of the, like, there are like some people with some like, things in their bio working on this game, but you can find that in almost any game company nowadays anyway. But, we gotta, oh my God, I'm rambling, but like my impressions of, the Fable game is that I just I don't agree with the gray morality system. Even though, like, I think that's fine in other RPGs, I don't think it's good for Fable, because Fable is traditionally a very black and white style game. There's good and then there's evil. Yeah, so I need to think. So yeah, Assassin's Creed. No, sorry. Oh man, Levistro, get back in here. I'm losing people. Oh my God. But yeah, I don't think this is going to be the return to Fable I personally wanted. I honestly just think that it's really a shell of what Fable was going to be. All right. Oh my God, this is why I don't do solo streams. This is why I don't do solo streams, but yeah, I just think the game, it just looks like a modern AAA game, and that Crimson Desert looks a lot cooler. That's what I got to say about Fable. Crimson Desert looks cooler, and it's coming out sooner. Thanks, Alan. I appreciate it.
Okay, sorry about that, Dash. Apparently, that was an emergency. My neighbor's tarp blew into our yard and was blowing all over the backyard, so I had to go secure it.
Yeah, so I was just going over Smash's tweet where he showed all the female devs at Playgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
Meet the Playgrounds game team. Development of Fable. Like, obviously, he's doing some baiting right now. Then you got Gaming Dad, Ever the Counter Carrion.
Yeah.
Saying
something
saying it's a Woman's Day thing. And so that's all I wanted to point out was that, but I've seen some other things about the devs, things with questionable stuff in the bio. One of them self-described themselves as a deer.
Oh, we're going to cover that when we get to
so you know about the deer lady.
Probably not the deer. I'm not sure if it's a deer lady, but we got a level designer interesting thing. But we're going to cover that in the playground. I thought you said something for Fable.
That was Fable.
That was Fable. I'm thinking of something else. My brain's scattered. But so we got some news to cover. One of the things I have an issue with is, I think as us gamers here, we know since day one, the pitch of Fable 1, one of the main features it sold was morality. It was in the game. It was the main concept of the story, how you choose to be a hero. You choose your fate, right? And Game Rant is making says new Fable game is making a controversial change to one of the franchise's most iconic features. Playground's upcoming Fable reboot is that one of the most anticipated titles? Yes, right. I haven't been able to watch Smash JT's or even Hypnotics or others takes on it. We did cover. Me and Bo did cover it. You were in the chat.
And I was in the chat. I was in the chat. Well, and I watched what I could of it. I cut out a little bit, but then I reacted to some of it on my own show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it won't use the morphing system, right? It's what they're saying.
Yep. So they're saying because good and evil's subjective, and I don't think that works for Halo. Fable. Also, you can't grow devil horns anymore.
Yeah, which I liked. I
That was
played
like an
in
iconic
Fable.
staple.
Yeah, in Fable, I always for my canon Fable game through, I always played as a good character. But when I wanted to play my way, right? When I wanted to play and just do my thing, I always wanted Lady Grey as my waifu. So eventually I would make the mistake of having another wife, right? And I'd go sacrifice her to the evil god in the swamp in Fable 1, just because I thought it was funny. Not because of male patriarchy or anything like that. Just because I was like, it's like that. Holy shit, I could do that. It's like I guess that's how they do divorce in fantasy lands. I'm not. I don't love you no more. We need to split up. No, follow me. Sacrifice them. But I actually made a tweet on that. Let me see if I still have it. I'm trying to pull it up. And it's me making fun of their statement morality is subjective. And I want to bring it in here because, well, I like to twist knives. Morality is subjective. Funny mustache man, probably. Yes, I misspelled it, but that's just because I don't want to, too much of a backlash. We stay true to the original, but morality is subjective. Playground. Morality is objective. Peter Molyneux. And as you can see, it clearly is objective.
Lol.
The evil version versus the good version of Fable. Oh wait, I didn't show. I'm not even show. I thought I showed it. My bad. I thought we were still on the thing. That's on me.
You could grow a halo in Fable 1. Could you do that in 2?
I think so.
Yeah, I maxed out my evil, so I looked really bad.
Yeah, I did too on Fable 1 and 2. Like I had two save files. One was my canon, air quotes canon Fable, because I knew it was his game, so he could always change things in the sequels. Like, oh, the hero of Albion was probably bad, and the sequel he was good, and the third one he was neutral or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But
so who's this post from?
This is mine.
Oh, this is yours.
Yeah. Morality is subjective. Hitler, right? We stay true to the original, but morality is subjective. Playground. Morality is objective. Peter Molyneux. You can't argue that. The visual style. The thing is, like, if I remember correctly, in Fable, certain quests won't unlock unless you have a certain degree of good or evil morality on your alignment. Certain quests, certain things won't happen. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since I played those games. I will admit, but I do know
I never actually played through all of the first game. I'm thinking about probably a good idea this year to play Anniversary. I do own it.
I do know that your actions change the game world. Now people think, oh well, they do that too. Okay, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. All right, that's fair. I'll give you that. Right. Give me a second to pull it up. I got a screenshot here of it. Just let me find it, because here we go. This is their morality. The characters won't judge you, but Albion will. Your reputation's rich tycoon. They think you're a rich twat. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. That's their version of morality. Now, to be fair, they did say certain characters won't see it that way. If you're rich, they'll consider you moral, right? What does rich have to do with morality?
That is a good point. You're right. They were talking about morality and then just saying it's so funny like people on the left will demonize the rich. Well, the richest people are the ones pumping money into their things.
Yeah.
And it's a very it's very oxymoronic.
All right, let me put it this way. The average game developer makes about $100K a year salary, right? Maybe $170K. The game artist makes about $125K, $150K a year, right? That's a six-figure sum, right? Per year. you probably don't even make that much. I don't know your job is, but I guarantee you probably don't make that much. You make
Yeah.
about 60K, 70K, maybe.
Well, considering I'm on disability, there is actually a limit to how much I'm allowed to make.
Yeah, you can only make about less than. I think you can make less than 800 a month consecutively.
Yeah.
I'm on disability too. I can't make a certain amount consecutively. Do I want to make a certain amount consecutively and stuff like that and not be on disability? Yeah, sure. But my disability is
but
impossible.
ultimately it benefits, like everything, like kind of like weighs out, like because like if you were to lose those benefits, like it put you in a bad situation.
Yeah, it's another reason why I don't want people's money, because yeah, it's gonna if I get 600 consecutively, it would ruin it for me to survive without being. I need to make that amount. I need to make about 1,200 to 1,800 because of my son. Just to say I don't need disability because I'm making that much. Yeah, it's taxable, but I'm making that much. I can deal with it. But I don't
and
have
also
that.
I'm sure you have another job on the side, right?
I used to do freelancing for game design, but that's drying out because studios are shutting down, and indies are now all those people are leaving. Some of them who are not above working for indies that are actual real, I would call real people who really want to make games. They're not below going to an indie studio to make a game. They just want to work in the industry, right? Like a regular person that wants to work in their industry, like a nurse. They're not gonna, like a nurse, for example, who really wants to be a nurse. They're not going to care if they're a nurse at a hospice or a school versus a hospital, right? Where they're already used to be in ICU. As long as they're doing their job that they're trained, that they're happy about doing, you're going to keep doing it. The activist wants the $1 million thing, just like Kote. He couldn't create his own. He tried, he failed. He couldn't create his own franchise based on his philosophy. He couldn't accept the franchise philosophy that people wanted. He wanted his, right, that we talked about. So here we have their version of rich being bad according to the poor, and I guarantee the people that are gonna think he's a good person are rich people, or they're gonna be coded in a certain way that you think, oh, this might be something else. But yeah, so there are people out there that are trying to argue this. Let me see. Oh, where was it at? Well, actually, let's go down. Let's use this one. This was one I had where the guy literally.
Yeah, so it's funny, rich tycoon. That implies you could be a poor tycoon.
Mm-hmm. But let's talk about one of the level designers. I don't know if this is what you're talking about.
It's the deer lady, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. I just saw this not too long ago. This is from Mixed Tone, the new Fable. You see it? Okay, yeah. Okay, I guess it is the deer dude. It's a dude. Oh, I see why you think it's a lady, trans. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, educate you off of like, who the hell knows?
No, it's secretly a deer, but jawline. I could be wrong, but jawline. It looks the dude. It looks like a dude to me. Oh, but you can't. It's against the law to misgender them. Yeah, in California, which is unconstitutional because freedom of expression exists, and I'm expressing myself scientifically. He's XY. He is always going to be XY. Anyways, the new Fable game is a significant problem. It introduces modern insertions and feels overly biased. If your goal is to create a game for a community, pursue that. However, avoid hijacking major IPs to push a selfish narrative, as this can harm sales and lead studios to struggle and go bankrupt. Like, and he didn't say this, but I'm going to say it, like Ubisoft. Remember that IP we talked about, Immortals Phoenix Rising versus Mirage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's a dude. That's a dude with makeup on, big nose, jawline. That's a dude. Level designer 2, Playground Games, Fable, non-binary, trans, femme. So, yep, dude, they, her. You're not two people, you're one. So just she. It's not even, you're not even a she. So it's he, him. Secretly a deal. Opinions are my own. Well, why do people? You know, I even seen that on the other side, the anti-woke side. Opinions are my own.
They say it so you don't get fired from your job. If they can say like other things like, "Oh, I don't. My opinions don't reflect the company."
Mm-hmm.
It does. You put your credentials on there, your thoughts. That's why I don't even like, for one, I don't put my real profile out on social media. I don't put my real name. I'm just like, I think it's very clear I don't represent whoever my employers are.
Yeah, I'm his employer. And if you have a problem, let me know in the DMs, and I will fire him because I don't want one to get canceled. Actually, I'll just tell you, who the fuck are you, and why the fuck do you care? I am a horrible, horrible company representative. But anyways, he goes, you said, damn it, you got me doing it now. He goes, to be honest, this just makes me want to make it more aggressively per games. Fuck the hate. I don't do this for you. I do this for 15-year-old me. And I find that interesting because what did they say when they in the Xbox Direct? You remember? They make it for fans like us, not us. I'm saying like he's talking about but his exact words were, "We make it for fans like us." He's trying to appeal to the Fable community, but he's not lying when he says he's making it for fans like him.
Yeah, so obviously, like, that was all scripted. Like, that was scripted stuff, like, that they have to say to make you convince, like, but literally, like, this person's making the game for themselves.
Yeah, and they say it so many times. Let me see. Let me get the going, because I want to go back real quick on a morality system, right? To hit it home here, right? Here's Fable 3.
If you want, I can bring up my own comments on.
Yeah, you go right ahead. And while
I was commenting on Kibbs's. I'm going Kibbs's thing. Yeah, here it goes. So yeah, I'll start with Kibbs's tweet, and then we'll go right here. Oh, you see, right. Looks like you got yours up already.
Yeah, I was gonna say, while you're pulling your stuff out, I'm just showing the Fable thing to point out that morality was key in Peter's games. In the original Fable concepts, the morality as objective is key. Here, where it shows it, the slider bar's maxed out. He looks like a good guy, right? And then even in this one, this was an ad for Fable 1. I believe it's an ad for Fable 1. Who will you become? It says, who will you become? The
you
kid
can even see the devil's shadow in the reflection.
Yep. It tells you that morality is key. It was a key pitch of it. It was part of the story. It was part of the game world. It was part of mechanics. Morality is objective, was key. And so when you say you're being faithful to the original,
the art for 2.
Huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the art for 2 was also really good.
Mm-hmm. But in both of them, the key thing was morality. So here is what Dash wanted to show us.
Yep. So this is from what VTuber Kibbs is saying, formerly PNG Tuber.
Mm-hmm.
You should follow Kibbs. He runs the Bicker Bunch.
Mm-hmm.
He's a cool bunch of guys.
I thought New Fable is.
Oh, you're following him already. Oh.
I thought I was, but I guess I'm not. I'm doing that right now live.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
New Fable is in Fable. Its deconstructions of the original good and evil were based on Christian values. I'm not even religious, but the reason they removed it is the same reason body morphing was removed. They think it's offensive, so we get corporate watered down garbage.
Mm-hmm. He's not wrong, though.
Yep. And then I say I agree with Kibbs. Having gray morality system would be fine if it was any other game. Fable is very black and white. Feels like it wants to push the idea of moral relativism. And those were my thoughts exactly. Like, because like you see like, and like like a lot of like the core, like, these radicals, like they think ends justify the means. So doing evil things is okay so long as you do them for good.
Oh, you remember Horror Armada, right? You remember Horror? We had her on a while back.
Yeah.
I gotta find it, but she actually had a take on this. I'm gonna see if I can pull her up real quick. Shout out to her. For those that don't know, we interviewed her last year with Obsidian. There she goes. There we are. So let me see if I can pull up her Fable tweet. I'm going to do her pages up right now. See here. Because I think she's a Fable because she's been posting a lot of Fable stuff. But oh, here we go. She was quote tweeting "Learning the Laws" tweet on it. So we're gonna go look that real quick. But we're not the only ones that are mentioning this. Every Fable fan, everyone who's ever played Fable, everyone who's ever had passion for the game series, is pointing this out that they're not being faithful to the original.
Abyssal. Yeah, now I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I want to collab with her at some point.
We did collab with her.
Yeah, I know we did. We did. I know she was on.
Yeah. Yes. So you should be able to, that should give you some brownie points. Says, yeah, if you were on the Dragoncast, we should do a collab sometime. You should just talk to her about it. She's very upfront and she's very what's the right word? Approachable.
Oh, nice. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I'll get her on this. Yeah, I'll let you know offline. That way she says you can't be saying that in case. I don't think she'll have a problem, but just in case.
Yeah,
but she goes,
she might have a problem with maybe with the cartoon gentleman. But if it's just me.
Oh no, saying it publicly live. What I'm gonna tell you offline. I'll tell you in a DM. What I did, which isn't that surprising. But anyways, she says, just because you can find people who don't think an action is evil doesn't mean it's not evil. There are many things the vast majority of people who would agree are evil. But a small number of absolutely sick individuals wouldn't agree are evil. That doesn't make it not evil. It makes those people sick and wrong. And she's responding to Learn the Law, who says, Fable Blood first spoke in a recent interview. There's no objective good. There's no objective evil. You couldn't get everyone in the world to agree that something is evil or something is good. Okay, I'm gonna do a post on this. I guess we're gonna do a small survey here. Okay, we're gonna do a small survey with just the people in our chat right now. So over on YouTube, right? Because I can't seem to do that for Rumble, but we're gonna say that my chat on YouTube, right? Which has as of right now, according to my studio page, has a concurrent viewers of 6, right? Is murder evil? Murder itself. I'm not talking about self-defense. I'm not talking about accidents. I'm talking about the intentional desire and acting upon taking another life. Murder. Is that evil? So I'm going to let people vote on that. I'm seeing I got 6 viewers, so I'm going to wait for 6 votes. And we'll go from there. So the question is taking a life of someone who is not a threat to you, has never wronged you, has nothing to do with you, taking that person's life, walking up the street and pointing a Glock and going bang bang, is that wrong or is that right? But anyways, as we're continuing on, it says you couldn't get the world to agree that something is good or evil. That doesn't happen. The diversity of opinion, I think, is really clear. He says it's clear that he's doing a quote from what he said, right? Fable's evil landlords won't grow horns as reboot ditches classic characters morphing due to lack of belief in objective artillery. There are RPGs more subjectivity about morality than honesty we see in the world today than straight up goodies and baddies. That's not nuance. He's trying to be, it's like, oh, well, technically, some people believe that abortion is evil, and some people believe that abortion is wrong. No. You don't need to get that freaking nuanced. I know some people want to say some things here and there, but Peter Molyneux, his games were clearly objectively moral. You sacrifice your wife to the gods. That's evil. You took a life that did not deserve to be taken, right? Killing a hoblet or a bandit is not evil because you're killing a bad guy. You're unaliving a bad guy. You're stopping someone from doing evil acts like a hero should, right? Giving money to the poor is good, but if you robbed money from the rich to get to the poor, you stole. That doesn't make it good or bad. I mean, that doesn't make it good. It makes it bad. You stole from someone and you're giving it to someone else, right? That makes it bad. So yeah, Robin Hood, however, people say stole from the rich. He stole back the money taken from the people. There was nuance to that story. It was already stolen. He just went and gave it back. One of the only crimes that I believe he did in the book series, if I remember correctly, because like I said, it's been a long time, so people are going to correct me on this because they want to. But the book I remember reading in the beginning, he shot the king's deer in front of the town guards because they were mocking him, saying he would not be able to win the archery contest. This was way back in the beginning, and in this version of the story, this is what made him an outlaw: is killing the king's deer. But so yeah, no, that's what they want to argue, right? And that's what I want to point out with horror, right? Because she has a point, and I'm going to prove it here. I'm going to check and see if see, we got 3 votes, so half the people voted. Someone voted no. It doesn't. Murder is not evil. Well, I'm just going to say I agree with Abysmal Critic or Armada that you're a sick and wrong person. Taking someone's life is wrong. There's the law against that. You cannot kill people. So laws are objective. Or are we going to say we can laws are basically subjective and we can obey and disobey whichever one we want at whim? Think about it. If the law exists for a reason, even if it's unjust, it's a law that's there for a reason. If you think it's wrong, it should not be on there. You should fight against that law the proper way by convincing people why it should be wrong, why it should be removed, and then those people call for it to be removed. And then the politician that wants to keep his job and keep his power is going to pass the bill because he wants his power. That's how it works. So he'll pass that bill, it'll get removed, and then we see if that law was just or not. Because if that law was just, then a lot of horrible things are going to happen. If that law was unjust, it's going to make people less oppressed. Murder is inherently evil, Scott. I think you're taking a life. You're taking a life of a person. I'm not talking about self-defense. I'm not talking about vehicle manslaughter. I'm talking about walking up to a random person and taking their life. So you're saying it's okay for me to go up to a random person. I'm not saying it's you, but I'm saying based on your statement of murder is inherently evil. It's okay for me to walk up across the street to a random person and take their life. I don't know them. They have never done anything to me. But what you're saying is that's not evil for me to do that. Then in that case, it's not evil for Hitler to take the lives of 6 million Jews. That's just taking a life. It's not inherently evil itself, based on that logic. That's the whole point of the conversation. I'm not saying you're okay with that. I'm not trying to, what's the right word? Escalate the situation. I'm just pointing out that regardless if it's 6 million Jews or just a random nobody you don't know, the act is the same. You took a life that does not need to be taken. Now, there are people who deserve to have their lives taken for the actions they commit, like an actual serial killer or murderer. Yeah, I agree with the death penalty, right? But here what they're trying to say is, oh, morality is subjective. These things don't exist. No, in Halo's world. And that's why I said, Skytex, walking down the random street and taking someone's life unprovoked, right? I said they didn't do nothing to you. They didn't do nothing to deserve it. They were completely innocent and oblivious to your life, and you just randomly walk across the street and take your life. Is that good or evil?
I mean, look at it this way: that you have people like trying that they thought that what happened to Charlie wasn't evil.
Yeah, there's another one, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk just wanted to have a conversation. Someone silenced him because he didn't like what he had to say.
Yeah, literally for having a different opinion and for trying to like challenge people, he was killed.
Yeah, they didn't like what he had to say, so they shot him. People celebrate it, and I think that's horrible. I think that's evil because that's taking a life.
I was so appalled, like, and devastated by the reactions, but it does like so like yeah. Newgrounds may be right that maybe not everyone can agree on what's good and what's evil, but in society there is like agreed upon things, and one of those things is murder.
Yeah, taking a life. In fact, that's one of the core tenets of our culture here in America. People don't realize it. Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is from John Locke, the two treatises of government. All have the right to the fruits of their labor, gifts or trade, unforced and uncoerced, as long as it violates the other two rights. All had the right to express themselves, unforced and uncoerced, as long as it violates the first. All had the right to live, only murderers forfeit that right. Murder being the most evil of right violations. Only murderers forfeit that right to live. So once you take a life, you forfeit your own life. That's literally the American ideology. That was originally the Western ideology. You could argue Christianity and this and that.
Yeah,
but regardless,
then people started fighting against the death penalty and stuff. But yeah, like I'm not gonna say like I'm not here to like preach morality to people.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying like like there is like. And Fable understood this, like, like when you made a good or bad choice, you knew which choice was the good choice and which choice was the bad choice.
Yeah.
You always knew that making those choices. It was very cut and clear.
That's the whole part of Fable. It's like, you could be a hero. Like the only nuance was you could be a hero and be a horrible person. Or you could be a hero because heroes was a certain type of people, right? They were a certain type of, they were people like could do magic and all this other stuff. They could change the world around them. They were heroes. You could be a good hero. You could be a bad hero. Jack of Blades was a hero, and he was also the villain. People don't remember that. Like Jack of Blades had the same characteristics as a hero as our protagonist.
Yeah, you're talking about the bad guy from 2, right?
Yeah, it was Jack of Blades in 2, and who was the one in first as well? The one that destroyed the hero's village.
Oh yeah,
I can't remember the thing.
I'll find out when I play it.
They were both heroes. Like the hero is like a certain type of race in Albion. They were humans, but they were a certain type.
So you're saying the guy who was responsible for the village murder was considered a hero?
He was a hero. Like the way the lore goes, right? There you got your hero, right? Like the hero that we know, right? Like superheroes, regular heroes, like diving bomb and grenade, right? And then there's heroes, like they treat it like a type of race of amongst the Albion's citizens.
Yeah, like right? There was literally a heroes guild.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like the heroes, like unlike the NPCs, the way they clean this, unlike the NPCs and stuff, heroes were able to do magic. They were able to change the very fate of the world based on their deeds and actions. Is what they're saying. It's like there was a reason why they could change in a certain way, but the NPCs couldn't. It was like it's their way of explaining the NPC world, like why everybody can't do this. And if you read the story, if you listen to the story instead of skipping everything, especially with the dialogues, you hear those being mentioned. Like there's actual heroes. This is why heroes were hunted down. This is why heroes were always wiped out, and to the point where the Heroes Guild was gone. Now, if I remember correctly, the Heroes Guild was betrayed by the guild leader. If I remember correctly, something about that. But the point is like you could be a hero and still do bad things. Like you're fighting, but like what basically what in the story is saying like what motivated you to do the hero's journey? Was it a call for what motivated you in a call for action? Was it this was wrong and I'm going to bring this to justice, or was it I want revenge? Granted, you might liberate everybody, but like Titan and Megamind. Oh, I wouldn't say saved, more like under new management. They saw him as a hero because he fought Megamind, right, or whatever, right? And he beat Megamind.
Oh man, I love
But
Megamind. Such a good
he
game.
did, but he was also a villain at the same time. It's the same concept. It's like
Yeah, he was a villain dressed like a superhero.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Fable. It was my playing as an evil character in Fable. Yeah, I was the hero of Albion and all this stuff, right? But I did some very questionable things that was not hero like. I stole. If I wanted to own a shop and I couldn't buy it, I just went and forcibly evicted permanently someone and bought the land and rented out the shop. You can't tell me that I was doing something morally right there. Right? That's not subjective. I took someone's property in someone's life. In a game, though, right? So that was the whole thing about Peter Mercury Scratch. The world of Fable in his view, his original view, was morality was black and white. So when you say you're going to be faithful and true to the original, you kind of had to honor those systems. When you're saying, oh, but morality to us, some people might think you're you being rich is evil, right? You're a rich twat. That's not morality. That's a personal viewpoint. That's not morality. Because I guarantee you, a person that robs someone that's poor, like if I was a poor person, I went out robbing banks and stuff because I needed money. That's not morally right. I'm taking someone else's money. That's not subjective. That's me knowing that I'm taking something from someone else and applying that to someone regardless if they're rich or poor. Rich or poor, if they take someone else's money, that's robbery. That's theft. That's wrong. We all agree on that. Stealing is wrong. Robbing a bank is wrong. Now, I guarantee you, the moment that I try to rob you, the moment someone tries to rob you or take your life, I guarantee you're going to agree with me that that's evil.
I
that's
just
wrong.
found something juicy, man. I just found something juicy.
What?
Okay, it's about Fable. Bit of show.
Yeah, go ahead, because I want to wrap. I want to get out of the morality thing. I thought it was going to be something simple, but apparently people want to be contrarians.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to share this. Go right on ahead.
oh, you had it too.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Great minds think alike.
So, Playgrounds is a BAFTA-winning AAA studio development rooted in creativity and commitment to equity, diversity, blah 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 blah. Founded in 2010, Leamington Spa. We have growing team of 500 people for 47 nationalities. We are the proud creators of the Forza Horizon series, a franchise praised for its innovation and accessibility. We are excited to be developers of Fable, a new beginning for the legendary franchise. At Playgrounds, we don't just build extraordinary. Okay, it cuts out right there. Let me just see what the comments were.
Let me see if I still have it.
It's so effing over. For modern, I always hate a new beginning or for modern audiences. Like it wasn't the OG fans that made the game what they are today. Absolutely.
Exactly. Let me see if I still have it. Because I thought I saved it.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't. I had the tab and I closed the tab and I can't pull up my history right now. But the thing is, like, they say in the beginning that they wanted to respect Lionhead Studios, and they're true. But here's the thing: they keep also say, for fans like us, they always put things as for fans like us and a more modern take. And we recognize now that morality is subjective.
Our version of Albion. They also said that. They said it's our version of our Albion.
But here's even their Keto has it in here too. So let me put it here. Where are we at here? Which one's my tab to share? There it is. Tab to share. This is from their Keto. or Dexerto. Fable developers say player characters won't change appearance based on whether they are good or evil. It worked great in those games. It didn't seem to fit in ours, so we don't have it. It worked great in those games.
Those games. Those games.
Ours. But
yeah,
they
for
said
supposed fans, they do seem to be like very dismissive of the original games.
yeah, but we got to remember fans like us, meaning them. Their version of the
Our Albion.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with Paris. It sounds like a new beginning. Like it's like a Friday the 13th sequel.
Yep. Fable. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Fable 7. What do they call it? The Morality Awakens, I guess. Basically just taking something they like from the original and reinventing it. This is why the reboots are happening. They don't have any good ideas.
Well, I knew they were never going to fully get, because Fable was a very edgy game for its time, even with its progressive romancing and just you could do things you couldn't do in other games, and that was the big appeal.
Mm-hmm.
And in this one, it's not even going to feel edgy in this. Like they're playing it straight. Everyone's a player sexual. I've heard people call it.
They're just trying to reach and justify things. But I mean, they say it right here. Let me see.
World action RPG. And we couldn't be more proud to be carrying on the work of the legendary Lionhead Studios, the original creators of the franchise. I know.
Were y'all able to hear that? I want to make sure y'all can hear.
I can hear.
Okay.
Though our game is a new beginning, I think what we're making is really faithful to the spirit of the classic Lionhead trilogy that we all love. At the heart of our game is a simple, recurring question. What does it mean to you to be a hero?
That was the opening line to every if I remember, every introduction to the Fable franchise. What does it mean to you to be a hero? The problem is those trailers, even hearing it today, I won't lie, gives me goosebumps. What does it mean to you to be a hero? Your choices determine the gameplay, right? That was the pitch. That was the pitch of Fable.
Our game is about choices and their consequences.
He knows what Fable is about, right? Our game is about choice and consequence. He's using he's bridging the old with the new.
About Fable is there was no right. I mean, your choice was you could be just a villain and get away with everything in the Fable games. There was no
there was
repercussions.
There was
for your actions.
There was consequences. It affected the gameplay. It affected the prices of your what you could purpose. It affected how people reacted to you. And it affected how people are attracted to you as well. There was choices.
Yeah. It's packed with action, drama, British humor, moral dilemmas, and quite a few chickens. All of this combines in a fairy tale which could only be Fable.
In classic Fable fashion.
Okay, maybe I went to maybe
How did you mute all the music? That is very good.
I didn't mute the music.
You must be Streamlabs
Hi,
doing that.
Welcome to Playground Games, where I'm thrilled. So have we. Over the past few years, we've built a new team to carry that reputation into a new genre that we are incredibly passionate about. Fable is Playground's first open-world action RPG, and we couldn't be more proud to be carrying on the work of the legendary Lionhead Studios, the original creators of the franchise. And although our game is a new beginning, I think what we're making is really faithful to the spirit of the classic Lionhead.
Did you hear it now?
Oh,
their words.
What we're making
is faithful to the original.
Yeah. Except it isn't.
It's not. They even go at like I'm not going to sit here for the whole thing because we've already watched it, right? But they mention about the character creation system. They mention how they're going to change things around. That their morality system is subjective. Oh, here, right here it is.
Rich. They'll remember things you did directly to them. They'll love you or hate you for the choices you make, and they will always tell you why. Although, usually from a safe distance.
Our game will never judge you, but the people of Albion will, loudly.
It's so
But
weird
we-
how Streamlabs is filtering out the music from the audio, but at least I can
I'm
hear
glad-
the dub.
I'm glad they're kind of doing that. I won't lie. But the point is like they keep saying ours, modern audiences, we're being safe through. Like they start off, and this is really corporates are really good at this, right? Because I'm trying to bridge it out away from the morality talk. They will talk about they'll bring the old with the new. Star Wars: The Force Awakens is a good example of that. They bridge the old with the new, but they're horrible at it because the new has nothing in common with the old.
Well, I mean, just look at this setup. Your origin story is, oh, you're a villager and your village gets destroyed. Instead of a fire, everyone just gets turned to stone.
Yep. Now, if I remember correctly in the original, yeah, I do believe you were a villager as well. You did not know your parents were heroes.
You watch your village. Your village gets destroyed at the beginning of the game. I've played that much.
Mm-hmm. And then your sister in the second one is the blind seeress who works with the villains that you can save
like
or
you
destroy.
lose you lose your sister. She gets taken by this evil count who promised you all, like, you all thought you were going to get this happy life in the castle that you dreamed about, and then, like, you know, it all gets taken away because of this bad man.
Yeah, and that's the thing about these series is like it's the story stuff had nuances and really compelling like twists and everything else. I remember finding out my sister in the game, right, the hero sister in the game, was blinded, and then they found out she could tell the future, and she helped that one bandit. And now you had this, you're coming after revenge. When I find out your sister's alive, it puts them more like, great, she's alive. Now what do I do? Because she's siding with these guys, and I was going to kill these guys, right? It makes you feel the moral choices you're about to make based on your investment in the story. And as it goes on, it's in telling. It's like, I don't know how to describe Fable, but it's something that these guys clearly don't have. It's just like Kote. They put the messaging first. They'll always put the messaging first.
Yeah.
Say, oh, it's just like the original. No, it's not. I'm sorry. You created something new, and I guarantee you it's going to fail. And people say, oh, it's got a character creation system. Swapping heads in a AAA game, like the character.
Well, they took the whole village thing again. Like they redid the village thing that wasn't original just because you took out the fire.
Yeah. Oh, you took out the fire and you replaced it with what? Ice statues. They got petrified. Oh, okay. That's different. It's still the same thing. All you did is change
same
the
outcome.
VFX. Yeah,
It's clearly just trying to remember Barry. You like, oh, remember when you were like, at least like with 2 gave you a new thing where you're just a poor kid on the street and then you lose your sister to this evil count.
Mm-hmm. Or in 3, the same thing. Your brother wants to take over the crown, and so you have to start from the bottom back up to the top. You know, you get during the industrial age, right? I won't lie. I like some of the mechanics and polish of 3. But I didn't like the setting of 3. I never liked industrial.
Yeah, I skipped 3 because of the mixed reviews.
Yeah, that's fair. Like I had a mixed review on it myself. Like I had a love-hate relationship. I loved the mechanics, hated the setting.
Yeah,
I like
so from
Fable
what
1
I
and
heard,
2.
Fable 3 was just too different, and but I think like Fable 2 is probably like the best game in the series.
Mm-hmm.
But like 1 and 2 are the best, no question.
Yeah. Now I'm going to brush through Fable because like some people are saying like, oh, like we talked about the morale system, and other thing people are saying like, oh, we're going to change our characters. Okay, I'm going to tell you what the character change system, because they tell you about it. Switching heads. You want to see that character creation system true to form? Go play Enshrouded. You can swap your heads. Go play vanilla Conan Exiles. Except with Conan Exiles, you have sliders to change parts about your face and body. They don't have that. They even said it's about swapping heads. That's their character creation. They said that in Xbox Direct. Don't believe me?
So, but their character, it's just replacing a face.
Yeah.
So you just basically, you'll still have the same body.
Pretty much. There might be some changes. You might be a short, fat, whatever, but there's not really any sliders options because all they said was about changing the heads. Here is Kevin Green. I don't know him very much. I just saw him on here, and it's like, okay, he's got a nice detailed list. Controversial, the Fable details controversial essence. Devs are allergic to attractive female character design, and both says we don't see her face. Like you do for a quick second, and the lighting is off. So most of the time you don't see the character's face, but there's only one time you see that ugly face, and it's very quick. Male characters are conventionally attractive. Heavy diversity. That's another thing people pointed out. I didn't really think about it much because it's a fantasy game, but yeah, they did show a lot of diverse characters. I'm like, I don't remember Fable even pointing that out, but whatever. They'll be the point of showcasing how many female staffers they have, which, to be fair, it could be true. It was a Women's Day thing. Corporates are big on all that, so it could be that. Rumor regarding the devs hiding behind humor to mask the game's problematic elements confirmed. Female main character is obviously still based on the trans employee and not the voice actress. Devs opted to show their reputation system by hating on the rich. Yeah. Rich is being, just so you know, if you wish to better yourself and not live in slums, you're evil. You're a horrible person for wanting to get out of the slums and making just enough money to survive. Even that means you'd be richer than some of your friends or family members. You're evil for that. How dare you? Let the elites and nobles have their estates, and you live in the slums. That's their message. Anyways, Des unironically called their major decisions, your choices change the world, as if they were pioneering a new concept. No. Like, I agree with him, so I'm saying that. And then presentation with, guys, we are totally all fans of the original game. We have a passion to bring it back. Hello, fellow kids moment. General. You start as a child, the first hero in the generation. You start in Sleepy Village or Briar Hill. Your entire village except you will turn to stone by a mysterious stranger, likely the antagonist or someone working for them, including your grandmother. After your village turns to stone, you will set off on an adventure. This is the prologue of the game. Game world is seamlessly open. Humphrey the Golden is the head of the Heroes Guild. This is the joke character shown off in prior trailers. They've shown the MC everything they know. Now, if I remember correctly, the old one, the guild master was also was one of the villains. If I remember correctly.
That wouldn't surprise me. I didn't get that far in it.
Okay,
but it's an old game.
Yeah, I did buy the anniversary edition, so I'm probably gonna play it. Bloodstone, and I recommend people buying it now and praying they don't remove it for the new.
Oh, I have I got it on sale already.
Yeah, because like in Saints Row, when they did the reboot, you can no longer play the original on Steam.
Like really? They delisted the original Saints Row?
I can't find it. When I type in Saints Row, I get the new remake. Now I could be wrong. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, but I typed in Saints Row. But you'll meet the Cult of Shadows in Bloodstone. They are the mysterious organization with mysterious powers.
They're the people with the evil will, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Heroes in Albion are different than regular people. Stronger, more skilled, more charismatic, and are the ones who can harness magic. Over 1,000 NPCs with a role, charitable commoner, daily routine, and personality. NPCs will live out their lives. You can follow them around. That's like, you know how old that idea is. That's not
like literally did that in Oblivion. None of this is like new. Like. Mm-hmm. Like stuff like this was being done in Bethesda games already.
NPCs can be evicted. You can do that in the original. NPCs will have an opinion of the main character based on what the player does to them. Like in the original. Every action will feed into the game's morality system. More like a reputation system. It's not morality, it's reputation. Being rich is not moral, it's your reputation. Sorry. You could have a bad reputation and still do the right things. Like, for example, Ryan Roger Athe has a reputation for being a very
fringe, I guess. Like,
I would say, I try to be nice. I'm trying to be nice.
I know you're trying to be nice, but he's not always very nice. But
very very forceful character. Like, he's like,
yeah.
We'll just say that. But that doesn't make him good or evil.
An interesting guy. I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. I'm just like saying like what I think people might see him. Obviously, like, as someone who has, been spending a lot of time like behind the scenes with him, like, he is definitely like, it's not like, there's a lot of misconceptions about him.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he like, even I know with him, like, he has his bad reputation, but he has a strong moral character, in my personal opinion. Just because, or take me for example. How many times do I pick on you? How many times do I say some things that's borderline racist or sexist, or even just outright sexist and racist? But
I don't know. I think most of what you say is funny.
Yeah, I do it for fun, which will give you a reputation on some people. I'm not doing it for a reputation. I'm just doing it just to be funny. But I'll get a bad rep eventually. Doesn't make me moral or bad, because guess what?
Well, it's the same thing.
I believe in your right to believe what you want.
I have a little bit of a bad rep, just because I speak out on certain things, and yet, like, I like, a lot of my interests are like, so like, I give people whiplash a lot.
And like, for example, I'll just put it out there. Your reputation or your morality can affect your reputation. Right.
Exactly.
Your choices.
So it should be a reputation system.
Yeah. If you have a reputation for making bad choices, that doesn't mean that you're moral or not. That just means you have a reputation for making bad choices. That's separate. Right. Now, if you keep making evil choices, if you keep doing evil and wicked things, you have a reputation for being evil. That's not a morality system. What Fable did, what the original trilogy for Mass Effect did, that's a morality system. Paragon versus Renegade, all that stuff, right? Those are morality choices, and you build a reputation from that. You didn't build a morality system. You're trying to redefine morality based on people's reputations, how they are perceived, not by the act, not defined by their actions. Peter's games is, people are defined by their actions if they're good or evil. Your choices are actions. Your moral choices, good or evil, are actions. Your reputation is how people perceive you on those actions. That's not morality. That's why people can mix up morality is subjective. That's the literally reason why morality is objective. It's the intent of what you're doing. If you're taking a life for no reason to take someone's life, not because you're defending yourself, not because it was an accident, stuff like that, you're taking someone's life for no reason other than take their life because you don't like them or you want something they have. That's wrong. That's evil. You're taking something that doesn't belong to you. You're taking a life that you have no right taking. That's what Peter's arguments were. But continuing on, tycoon and rich from buying properties. NPCs will tell you what they think about you, just like the old games. Players can make choices that will permanently change the world, just like in every game since Fable and every game before this one. Killing David the Giant will lead to a corpse outside town, affecting the house prices and how a sister in a village will view you. Just like in every game in Fable game before. Chicken kicking showing off. You know what? Who else kicked chickens? That wasn't on Fable? Who did it first? You know who that was, Sash?
Who?
Link.
Yeah. Well,
you
Link got attacked by chickens.
Yeah, you hit a chicken with your sword 3 times, and all the other chickens.
And then the chickens come and kill you.
Yeah. Well, they call them cuckoos in Nintendo, but or Chuckos. I can't remember what it was called.
Cuckoos.
But yeah, I still just call them chickens. So it's like it's no need to be creative here. I keep your pants on. No need to get excited. It's just a fucking chicken. Or scaltos. No, those are skeletons. Or moblins. Those are orcs. Let's just be real here. You don't need to be you're not reinventing the wheel. That's my only issue with Legends of Zelda. They changed the character saying the bats are what, keys or Z's now? Z's back then. And I'm like, just call them bats. It's okay.
All right, let's go through this list. We're kind of stalling a little.
Yeah, mechanics, housing, confirmed, combined. Basically, he this guy gives a detailed list. I don't think I retweeted it. But
yeah, well, where does he go into the problems? Like we know.
No, he's just listing everything that was mentioned.
I get it.
He has a long list. Now, I do believe, I don't think I have it on here, but I do believe I saw someone talk about as well. And he's one of the ones I keep as a contrarian. But he was trying to make it sound like a good thing. Like, oh, these are all good things. I guarantee you the real fans of Fable are saying, no, that's not a good thing. There's nothing that has changed here. Notice how the only thing that they changed was the morality system and the characters. Diversity. Yeah. They made it. They said we made it beautiful. We made it bigger. We made it pretty. Being the fact I just got done dealing with Alexis Cote, the Assassin's Creed boss, and he had the same endless scope idea. I was seeing the same thing once I saw this on the Extra Rec. It's literally the same thing. But
you want to see something cursed?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh, wait, I'm afraid to know. I think I know. You're gonna. Yeah. Oh my god! I'm gonna be the hero.
I'm going to be a hero instead of I'm gonna be dead.
Yeah.
Well,
that line was even cringe. The fact the sad thing is, it's ever since I saw that scene on a YouTube video when someone's talking about it, I will ever correlate her face because of Schema. You know what Schema theory is, right? Whatever you've seen recently, it draws you to something else. Schema will always tie, according to Schema theory, her face will always tie me no matter what scene she's in, even if she changes her mind about being non-binary, becomes feminine, all this stuff. I'm always going to remember that scene because of her ugly ass face. I'm going to be a dad.
Yeah, I think Bella Ramsey kind of ruined whatever career was like. She's not going to be like a fan pleaser, like at all. Like I think she's just ingrained in social justice.
Yep. Now we covered the Fable and the derpy looking NPCs and the blandness and stupidity, and we tied it to Ubisoft, which, as you can see from the background, we have Ubisoft and we have Fable. But perhaps it's time to start talking about what people are calling, checking my notes here. Oh, yes, a Kingdom Come Deliverance AI clone that's spreading a message.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now, hello, Philip. Now, I didn't think these guys were going to be so popular. I just bumped into them a while back. This is before I even noticed thing was going on. Now these people, Knight's Path, right? They've been doing this for a while. Like they've been making their game for a while, since last year at least. I think they were showing like, this, that, and the other thing. But I saw this and I had mad respect for them. And I'm about to show you here in a second. I'm just trying to pull it in so I could do the surprise. This came on my page on January 11th, which is the same day as it happened, right? And they obviously responded to my quote tweet. But they said Wyvern fight sneak peek. Do you know how many times I bitched and moaned about Skyrim calling Wyverns dragons and everyone else calling Wyverns dragons?
Oh yeah, well they got it right. They got it right.
Yes. Thank you. That's not a dragon. Wyvern sneak peek. That's it. I'm going to take that and I'm going to use that as a bite somehow. I don't know how, but I'm going to use that. But that's them. That's how I know it's them. They actually responded to it. But I didn't think much about it because what I was seeing was it was another Souls like. I was like, you know what? Maybe not for me because I'm not big into Souls likes. I'm tired of Souls likes. But I was just going to keep an eye on it, and this was literally going to be my interesting games choice of today. Did you know that? Did I never tell you that?
Oh, you were going to do this even before it got the viral controversy?
Yeah, I have my interesting games chosen up until March, and that's why I have. If y'all chose one that I use, I had next week's to I'll just bump that. I'll just pull that one down to this week. So that way, that's why I'm always last because I'm always prepared. But I was like, you know, I'm going to put it for this week. And well, you know what happened, right, Dashy boy?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, I know what happened.
I think we all do.
Oh man, they hit the hornet's nest with that one. They sure did. Okay, go ahead, show them.
I'm trying to pull it up. I'm just having.
Oh yeah.
Oh, actually, going back because I apparently do have it saved. It was in my bookmarks. Dirt. Sorry, guys, just to show what Dash was talking about earlier. I want to get this out of the way. This is from Magna Law was sharing this.
Oh, hey. Oh, the full script. Okay.
Yes. So that's
okay. You know, we can move on to the next topic, though. Yeah. I think we covered Fable,
but
yeah, Manga Lawyer has the full thing.
Mm-hmm, he has the full thing. I just wanted to point that out there. Where is that?
Neurodivergent and disabilities. I hate when they use that as a disability as a token of like another checkbox.
So I'm just going to combine this together because the problem with bookmarks is I can't organize them, and I had so many tabs open and was clicking on alphabet. I think I clicked off the wrong one, but we'll just go with this one for now because it's combining everything that we even put out here in my thumbnail. You got your LGBTQ, your dash representation. I even went so far as to make sure they had the pink. So see,
the ugly pride flag as opposed to like the normal pride.
Oh, you may call it the ugly pride flag, Dash. See, the thing is, I'm not gay. I am not bisexual or any of these things, right? So it is in my best interest to show I am an ally and put the proper flag.
The latest one.
I can't even say this with a straight face. I can't even continue. I don't give a shit. But anyways, so I can't seem to find it, but the very first controversy of all this started happening, right, was people were accusing it of being a Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 clone because it was set in the Holy Roman Empire. I was like, you know, to be fair, it's a medieval fantasy. It's also pulling a brain fart. Set in the Holy Roman Empire, right? So was Kingdom Come Deliverance. But if we're gonna make that relationship stuff, then shouldn't we also point out that Assassin's Creed Valhalla was copying Skyrim? Vikings. Or maybe God of War Ragnarok was copying Assassin's Creed Valhalla and, well, Skyrim.
You're saying other games copy other games.
Yeah, it happens. Games get inspired.
Yeah,
we make the same argument with Colorado.
I've repeatedly said Beware Hog in Sonic Unleashed was just a ripoff of God of War.
The what? You cracked upon me.
Oh, that the Werehog gameplay in Sonic Unleashed was basically just God of War.
Yes. Now, I want to point out. I want to point this out, and we'll probably get more into it, right? But this ties into what we were saying before about, you know, female characters. We've talked about gooners for the past year, right? Gooning and hot female women. And then we're also started recently towards the end of the year, started talking about AI because AI was getting into games, right? We had those discussions where we're like, yeah, we're okay with AI, but it can't be slop. There are times where we justify, we're like, okay, this might be excusable. Like, for example, Jump Space having AI voices. So we prefer VA. Yes, we prefer actual human voices, but we're willing to excuse a smaller budget, not AAA. If AAA does it, we're like, you can afford it. You can afford to hire a voice actor. We also understand the difference between VA and art or AI art in games versus AI helping to streamline the process, right? But, well, I'm going to send you the link to Dash because I'm going to have to start checking up on my son. That way, if we have to, you can follow along and continue the conversation for the audience. I'm sorry, it's just
yeah.
my son is.
Can I use this? I want to go. I need to get some, like a snack or something.
Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, because I'm just saying it's like because my son has cabin fever. I'm going to have to step back in and out even more often because otherwise he's going to come in here.
We're taking a quick break, everyone.
Yeah. Well, I can do this, everyone. We'll just Dash when you come back. I got the thing on the background so you can follow along with it. But I'm going to try to stay in here until he is in here. All right. So where are we at here? I just lost something. Oh no, there it is. So basically, people started seeing their game that they had passion about, and they decided to answer all the issues. They said, we've seen the comments comparing Knight's path to Kingdom Come, and we'd like to address this openly, a thread. And that's fair. Like they're coming in here with goodwill. It's like, yeah, we understand you seeing this. We're going to tell you where we really got inspired from. For decades, movies, TV, and games have portrayed medieval times through a very stylized and often inaccurate lens. Because of that, when a game is inspired by real historical realism, it naturally stands out and can feel unfamiliar or striking at first. We have a lot of respect for Kingdom Comes RPG. And if they were really trying to rip them off, I doubt they would be mentioning them. That's one thing I point out. Right? So they wouldn't be putting this on the page. They wouldn't be giving them credit and saying, go here. And are generally grateful for it helped show the Middle Ages as they actually were. The same goes for projects like Lord's Manor. That's another thing people don't recognize is Lord's Manor. We'll just put it out real quick. There it is, Lord's Manor Lords. Right? Real-time strategy game for PC that combines deep organic and realistic city building with large-scale tactical battles. Those are medieval ages. I've seen it before. It's on my radar. I know about it. I mean, most people should know about it. But in case you don't, this is what it's telling about is how disingenuous it is. Because they're pointing out different games. Half Sword game. Right? That's another one. This one's a little cheaply made. As you can see, the physics are out here. But it might be as cheaply because of the physics. It could be pretty well done. I don't know. But it mentioned that. Flight Survival. This one I'm actually interested in. It's an upcoming PvE action horror in a brutal medieval world, right? Followed by Nazpath, Tactorum, and 3 others you follow. But that I follow, right? But they're medieval. And others. All of them are doing incredibly work by depicting medieval armor, architecture, and everyday life based on real history. Basically, the people who don't really play games, except what is popular, what is in, I guarantee you, if no one had an issue with Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, that game that came out back in the early time period, and the game journalists tried to attack that game, and they were on their own. If it didn't get any sort of publicity, no one would have played it except for the people that were really interested in it, because it's a very niche game. It has a different combat play style. People wouldn't be as interested much. And because that was interesting, the popularity grew into Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. They won't play AA games unless there's enough attention that makes them want to play it. Gamers, however, will play those games. Because this is how I know these guys have done their research. They looked at other games. They know other games exist. They're pointing out that this is not just them copying off of Kingdom Come. This is a entire genre. Medieval fantasy is a genre. They're low fantasy, low medieval fantasy, right? And the thing is that when it comes to tribalists, I won't just say the left. I'll say tribalists, people that belong right, left, anti-woke, woke, whatever you want to call it. People of those tribes, when they fuck up, they will double down. And if they try to get you on a gotcha, right? They try to argue that you're doubling down. The thing is that the trick is consistency. Is the difference between doubling down or not. All right. Here they give you a logic that says like, here's some examples to prove it's a genre. We didn't copy. They're already telling you we didn't copy from Kingdom Come without even saying it. Knight's Path, even as a low fantasy world, comes from the same place of respect for history, medieval architecture, and armor. Any similarities do not come from copying, but from drawing from the same real world past. Now, here's what I'm going to point out. Even back in the old days, right, like the older fantasy genre, even look at Conan. The armors weren't just style; they made sense, right? Conan the Barbarian, he even if he was had barely any armor, when he goes into the Dulce Doom's cave, right? They're all wearing makeup, and the makeup isn't like modern makeup. They can't make it look like modern, so they try to make it in a way where it could kind of help them hide in the shadows because they're thieves, right? I'm trying to think of another one. Look at old D&D works, or even look at a Legend of Zelda and certain things. The armors and outfits made sense for that character. Fantasy armor today almost makes no sense. Like one of my, as much as I love the style, one of my main critiques of the old World of Warcraft armors was like, especially with the paladins, was that armor was so heavy. I was like, I'm pretty sure the weight of that shoulder pauldrons would rip the arms off the sockets because of the weight. It would just push them down by gravity alone. Right? Here they made something where it's like the armor makes sense. They went low fantasy, basically like this is an alternate historical version of the world, an alternate history timeline. That's what I would argue it as. And it's low fantasy because there's no wyverns in real life. There's no dragons in real life. We honestly hope this approach continues to grow. And Dash, I put the copy of the this in a private chat so you can follow along. We hope this approach continues to grow and reaches the movie industry. So one day, seeing 15th century armor will feel as natural as seeing World War II uniforms on screen, not as something copied from another film, but simply as what people truly wore at the time. And that's another thing. You look at old school, like the Errol Flynn Robin Hood movies, like the 1930s, 40s, Technicolor, right? They wore period costumes. Look at nowadays medieval clothing style. It's an artistic taste. It went from medieval to fantasy. So even if they were, Kingdom of Heaven has taken some liberties, and that's one of my favorite movies. We are confident that over time we return is more materials, and especially once players get their hands on the upcoming demo, it'll become clear how different Knight's Path is from a game compared to Kingdom Come. The fact that they, and I'm going to reveal it here, but the fact that they revealed what their combat system inspired from already tells you it's not Kingdom Come. Thank you for everyone engaging in questioning. Here's a few examples of martyrs. Was this? I thought this was the thread. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it is part of the thread. Here's a few examples of the models that we have created. Some pieces are heavily inspired stone skulls. I'll have to scroll through it. See if I can pull it up here. But this armor is inspired by the Black Prince. They actually said it earlier down in their last year.
Who's the Black Prince?
Well, you better go look that up. He was a black guy. Okay, no, he wasn't.
Oh, I see.
But
he was a historic figure.
Mm-hmm. But if you look at his armor, it's very much inspired by it. So they took some real piece of armor based on their ages. Now, I think this one, I'm probably not 100% correct here, but I think they pieced this armor to make a different one, but it's still historically accurate, right? It's still based on the design and time periods. But this one here, I think, is a mix of different, not eras, but regions. I could be wrong. And I'm not criticizing him for it. For architecture, we drew from what we knew best from the age, their home regions of Czechia and Germany, and their historical heritage, and use clipping magic on multiple artworks to ensure the period. I like this style of design. I also like the Tudor design. This is the Tudor design, the classic white plaster with wooden beams. I like this design. Some people call it the classic fantasy design because a lot of the fairy tale designs are using Tudor designs. I want this back, so I like this. I want to see more games like that. But I'll let you. Can you carry on? This is the part where they explain more about their game. I'm out of water, and I have it set to 85 because it's 27 degrees outside, and I need to check up on my kid.
Yeah, but absolutely.
You don't mind carrying on, do you?
Yeah, no, I don't mind. Just okay. In the back. Yeah, so the world is not historical, but a unique, grounded fantasy setting inspired by the Holy Roman. For us, low fantasy means the world stays grounded and believable. There will be no elves or dwarves, no hordes of orcs threatening kingdoms, or wizards casting fireballs. The core of the game remains firmly historical in tone, focused on a medieval human society shaped by feudal hierarchy, power, political intrigue, war, faith, and everything hardship, joys in this life in the medieval ages. Fantasy elements do exist, but they are rare and subtle. Creatures like the wyvern and the giant snails are inspired by medieval manuscripts and folklore and are targeted as treated as unusual, rare parts of the natural world rather than common sights. Magic, where it exists at all, is indirect and ambiguous. Long rituals, ritual divinations, curses, and effects that may or may not even be real magic rather than anything flashy or observable. If truly magical item exists, it's treated as a divine artifact or one in a lifetime miracle, not an everyday tool. Overall, fantasy is there to add atmosphere, mystery, and tension, and to let the player experience the medieval world through the eyes of a medieval people who often believe the world to be far more magical than we do today, while still keeping the world feel real. Yep, that's sounds good. Yeah. Low fantasy, like with some, I'm more of a high fantasy person, but I'm glad that there is like someone like trying to really like do low fantasy stuff, because high fantasy is so prevalent, and I do think it is interesting. Like you have low fantasy and then you have high fantasy. And like this is trying to be low fantasy, but in a way that like really like echoes. Like I like the divine. It's talking about the divine. I think that's cool. My God, where's the sleepy dragon? Sleepy dragon. Oh, all right. So hey Philip, if you're in the chat, what do you think of the game so far? Let me know. Yeah, so just waiting for the Vistro, but we've read the post. I should probably use this time to find the games I find interesting.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay.
It just took a little while to get my water because I have a big water cup. You know those refrigerators with the water dispenser? That's what we used, and I have a cup that makes the McDonald's cup sizes look small. It's a really big water cup, so I filled it halfway. I was like, well, we're already at 3. We're actually making good time here. So basically, I've already read this, but
I read it already. I read it to the audience.
What were your thoughts on it so far?
I gave my thoughts. I think it's interesting, even though I'm more of a high fantasy person. I do like their take on low fantasy, treating magical stuff like divine artifacts and just low monsters. No dwarves or elves.
The fact that the only thing that sold me on this game so far, and I like where they're going with this. I won't lie. The only reason why I think they did some well research on here is the fact they called this a fucking wyvern.
Nice.
And you know
You're
me,
wyvern, man.
What? No, not wyverns. I hate wyverns. That's the thing. It's like I understand why games started saying dragons were wyverns is because of animation. You have to animate the legs, and dragons have 4 legs and wings. Wyverns have 2 wings, and people keep trying to make this argument, but like, no, the traditional fantasy element of dragon is 4 legs. The front 2 could also serve as claws or hands, right? The back 2 hind legs were always used for his legs. That's why they can sit upright. That's why they can work on all 4s and all this other stuff. And that's why they have wings. That was the key difference between a dragon and a wyvern. And when in fact they said wyvern, I was like, you know what? That shows they did some they did some research. They took the time to make sure they called it right. I like that. I'm fighting a wyvern as a knight in medieval times. That's cool. Okay, I like it. I wasn't really sold on all this, right? Like I wasn't like humming and hawing whether I'm gonna get the game. I just put it on a back, like a back end, like maybe I'll get it one day, maybe I won't. Until they explained more. Like here they said, beyond that, the game is heavily more inspired by the classic RPG Gothic. You ever played Gothic?
Never played Gothic, but it has been talked about a lot because of that remake.
I actually liked it, the original, especially its immersive world design and amazing sense of armor and combat progression. And the combat is nothing like Kingdom Come. It is strongly inspired by Sekiro, focusing on an enemy's posture through attacks, parries, deflections, and well-timed counters. Now, I haven't played Sekiro, but when I played Skyrim, I liked the mod. And there's a mod that turns Skyrim's entire combat system into Sekiro. That is hard. Like the combat system in Skyrim was hard to get used to. I would like to play Sekiro sometime, even though it might be more of a Souls-like, just to experience the combat system. But Gothic makes Sekiro. Yeah, I like that idea. So they tell you right then and there, no, we didn't get it from Kingdom Come. We got it from something else, much older, Gothic. All right. This helps explain what we are trying to achieve. Knight's Path is better than one trailer ever could. So the thing is like I mentioned when you were getting your water dash, it's like people tend to double down on things, right? Knight's Path puts out that what they're doing, and people when they realize, we can't get them from the Kingdom Come angle. One of the angles they went in, and I'm going to see if we can do it this way. They posted, this was before their, I think it was before their explanation post. They said, and they do what any other game company would do, indie, AA, AAA, right? they share more of their work. Introducing Amelia, one of the female characters you can form a romantic relationship with in the game. And I guess I can't put the quotes. Oh, here we go. So here's the representation. Family Dice Fable was made in modern feminist Western game developers, right? But there was one in here that pointed out that oh, you're not preaching a message, but here you are preaching a message. And I can't remember, but there's people that were coping on the whole pretty characters thing and the fact that there's not going to be any gay romance.
Yeah, that was the big controversy. Yet, have you heard about the that they have 1,000 like wish lists?
Yeah, I was going to put that towards the end.
Oh, yeah. Sorry for I always spoil your shit.
It's okay. It would have happened regardless if it was you, Bo, or Karis. One of us would have spoiled it. It
yeah,
happened.
True.
But
yeah, like I've said my piece on that. The devs should be able to make whatever game they want, and like if they're going for authenticity, like in a real like low grounded thing, like that stuff wouldn't be tolerated, and would only be like for the rich. Like that, like you said, like the one guy in Kingdom Come was like gay in the original, right? So like. So like I'm glad on them. Like, they even liked a tweet because I congratulated them for standing their ground. Because like the game journos and the shriekers are all going to be like coming after them and hoping this game fails because they think they're pandering to Chuds when really all they're doing is just like saying we're making the game our way. Yeah. It's not trying to be exclusive. It's just like it's not what they're going for.
Yeah, and here's the thing. One reason I was going to put this last is because of all the arguments against this game. All right, it brought free PR. No one was thinking about this game until someone had an issue with it. That's the point I'm making. This is why I don't usually cover a lot of woke games because our games I think are going to suck. That we're like, oh, look what they're doing to this game. Yeah, we talked about Fable because it relates to the topic of Knight's Path. All right, it really does, and we also related to Kote and Ubisoft, right? But people are already talking about Fable. So I'm not going to talk about
like pretty mainstream. There hasn't been a Fable game in like at least 2 decades.
Yeah, but think of all the games that got like Kingdom Come Deliverance when the game journals came after them. In Kingdom Come Deliverance, because it was mostly all white people and this and that and the other thing, right? It got all the air quotes here chuds to support the game, right? People, when you say, "Oh, these people are making a game where we can't romance some dude, or we can't have lesbian things in here, we can't have this, we can't have that. Oh, there's all white characters, blah 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 blah. You made the women too pretty." There's AI and it's a ripoff of Kingdom Come Deliverance. All that stuff, people are going to look into the game. And, well, I'll just do it again. I'll click on Knight's Path, okay? Oh, I'm already on the back. I can't do it. So basically, they're going to click on Knight's Path. They're going to look at it, and they're going to scroll their feed. And here's what you're going to see. Official gameplay trailer pinned from January 20th, right? So that was 4 days ago. So you're going to see the gameplay trailer. They're going to see some nice visuals. You're going to see some nice walking animations. The dude walks like a dude. Got some nice combat, right? Then they go. They're going to read the tweets. The game is a free concept demo created showcase the tournament. So they're talking about the tournament on Steam is not a demo of Knight's Path. It's a very old concept to gather feedback of our gameplay. So they're talking about their game. So now they're like, okay, I'm going to go look this game up, Knight's Path the tournament, right? And they're going to look it up. They're going to see that now, oh, wow, 100,000 people already wish listing this game. maybe I should look into this. I'm going to wishlist it myself. Keep an eye on it, right? Because that's what wishlists usually are. It's either you want the game or you want to keep it. You don't want to lose it or forget about it, so you want to keep an eye on it. So now it's wishlisted. Seeing Knight's Path being talked about everywhere, carried forward by algorithm, and reaching so many people is something we never dared to imagine. They didn't imagine this would happen. They were just doing their own thing. But because people decided to have an issue with it and shared it, they pushed it into the algorithm. So someone like Dash Attack or Levistro, Hypnotic, Smash JT, people with 100,000 viewers and subscribers. Some, yes, I'll give you some might be in other channels, got it, but you got different channels talking about it. That feeds into the YouTube algorithms, it feeds into the X algorithms, which means hundreds of millions will see this now. That's what you did. People who are naysayers on this game, that's what you did. You see, look at what I did. Retweeted it, hearted it.
Yep.
Because they didn't act like snobs. They were very humble. They were very grateful.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even now they're being humble. Even after like people are yelling at them, they're not lashing out. They're keeping calm and composed. Like they're playing this master stroke.
Yeah. Wishlist on Steam. Watch on YouTube. They're just being. All you see is more and more things about them promoting
I'm
their
calling
game.
it right now. This girl they showed off is going to be a meme.
Yeah,
I think she already is.
I bet you. I hope if they have it, if Knight's Path hasn't done yet, Knight's Path. I know you don't want to do it. They said we do not include modern dialogues like this in game, but this particular one I always found funny. Okay, but if you had to guess roughly, when do you think you'll be home from the war? They're just talking about their game. They're not making a political statement or anything. But I guarantee you, I make her, if she's not a 10 out of 10 bombshell, like what's her name? Catherine in KCD2 with the big rack. Do it. Do it now. Don't advertise it. Just do it now. When people talk about her being a bombshell, just say, yeah, originally she was going to be like a flat spill A cut with a beautiful face, right? Like not like pretty face, but standard body. But when people started freaking out about her, we realized this would be too good to pass up as a meme, and we made her a bombshell because people liked her. All we were doing is showing this is just one of the characters to romance, and then you just show the old files with the new files, just to show what happens when you try to make a big deal out of nothing. Scrolling down, she's the result of a long collaboration with Alicia and Tegun with the goal of creating a natural, beautiful female character whose appearance reflects who she is. Check Alyssa's work on her art station. So check the person who designed her on her art station page. Let's go ahead and check that out. I'm going to click it and we're going to go back to it. But all right. So here they're promoting one of their artists who's a female. This is her art station. That's her. Right there.
That's the artist. Ooh,
yeah,
she's pretty.
Mm-hmm. And she did all this. This is her works. She must be a startup. She must be. I don't know. I'm assuming she's startup because she doesn't have much on her page.
Oh, is she freelance?
Probably. This is her characters.
Interesting. Yeah. I have much respect for 3D modelers. As someone who tried to be one,
I can't do
very much respect the trade.
Yeah, soft modeling is one of the hardest modeling. I can do hard modeling, which is like buildings and stuff like that. But
yeah,
she did the facial rigging,
character modeling. Facial expressions are kind of actually surprisingly easy after you're done like mapping.
Yeah, I don't know if this is gonna have innocent on it, so we're gonna skip that one. But let's get the monsters.
Let's look at those aliens.
Very detailed, good skin study, texture.
Yeah.
I'm just giving through in case if YouTube gets sensitive, even though there's no way.
Yeah, I could see that second one being in an XCOM game.
Mm-hmm. 27.3K tries. That's basically all these. If I remember correctly, it's the
points. Yeah.
Yeah.
the points. Like the more points you have, like the more complex the model. Like you know, they're called verts.
Yeah, vertices.
Good night, Lord Dragneel. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, you have a good night, Dragneel. But anyways, and here's their astronaut. Makes me think of makes me think of Starfield meets No Man's Sky. But that's the normal map, the purple. I'm gonna say this one's the texture. That's the alpha, if I remember correctly, and that might be the rough map. The black one here. So, and she did this. Is this her? No, that's not her. But yeah, this is one of her character designs. That's the what do you call it? Just put a brain fart. The UV layers, the UV mapping, right there. This is what they use also to point out where the texture is going to be, the normal maps, all that stuff. The normal maps is what gives us its bumps and ridges. So yeah, it might have a vertex here in one area, but for those fine tunements that you want to sacrifice, you want to reduce the amount of verts, because game engines can only handle a certain amount of tries in a scene render. Bump maps or normal maps is what you use. I think this is even designed for Unreal Engine. Look at the zombie here. Same details. Good texture study. 4K texture, 1K texture hair, 4K texture clothes, 45K tries. I think she did a really good job. You know, this is just. Let's see what we can find about her. See what you feel her about. Hiring info, content freelance. Yeah, Maya, ZBrush, Blender, Substance Painter, Unreal Engine. Yeah, I was right. Unreal Engine, Photoshop, Illustrator. These are probably right here for the textures. So yeah, I mean, she designed that female character. So not only can you now not say that's just a male chauvinistic, sexist, misogynistic, whatever, wet dream. No, she designed it.
Oh, yeah, but she's just a pick-me girl. She's just a pick-me girl. She has internalized misogyny.
Well, if she has internalized misogyny, you know, she looks very happy doing what she does.
Yeah, I think so.
I thought the whole point of feminism was to be empowering, to have a career. I mean, I will say that the character does look like her a little bit. But to be fair, I don't have my glasses on. But if they were sexist, why would they give her a shout out?
I mean, hell, even the elf dude, you know, you can. She made him look pretty good, like minus the black shit coming out of his mouth.
Now I don't know if there was NSFW. I don't want to risk it. Otherwise, I would have showed it.
Yeah, we don't know.
But continuing on, going back before the controversy, January 15th, on my way home, just a screenshot of the lighting and scenery. Look at that.
So which is the home, the castle or the cottage?
I probably not either. I think the point is saying is like, I'm on my way home. He's walking home, and this is what you see walking home.
Damn.
Like, here's the scenery of going my way home. Kind of like if you were walking back to your place, Dash, right? And you're saying on my way home, and you took you take a photo of a scenic view on your way home, saying, I got it made because I got this nice scenic view as I walk home, right? They're showcasing their game. Wishlist on Steam. You shall not pass. There's a knight guarding your bridge. You get to do an encounter here. They used the whole Lord of the Rings, you shall not pass.
Well, yeah.
And then there's scenic of the castles.
Nice little medieval comic strip.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a nice little social media page.
The right graph wants. Yeah. It shows what I mean when I want to play realistic setting. The Reich Scratch wants to discreetly help the Lord of Kalismo, who's besieged by the bishop, but he can't be implicated in this war. First, let's go to the bathhouse. I need a surgeon for my wound. Which, yeah, people don't realize. In the Middle Ages, people did bathe. They bathed a lot. The word stew originated from people taking baths in the things rivers called a stew. But then it says, but people here, I want to play realistic setting. You want to kill more peasants and harass underage bar wenches? First, let me quickly go die of filth and the plague. There's a difference between a realistic setting and, well, whatever they're trying to sell here. But I like this, but it relates to what they're doing. They're trying to say, this is what we want, the top part. This is what we're trying to sell you. This is why they shared it. This relates to their game. They're trying to sell their game. Every knight faces the moment that defines him, which we obviously used as my thumbnail. I just altered it a little bit. So I took the guys and I moved them up here slightly so they're more centered for the thumbnail. But you got 3 knights against 1. And then you got a weird shrine back here. Like, that's what I noticed. There's a weird shrine. But my point is, I'm just going down. I gotta skip over, but exploring the forest.
Yeah,
so
we can't. We don't have to go through the whole
right
thing.
in the dark forest. But my point that I wanted to point out here is,
And so, how do they know the game was made with AI?
that's the thing I don't know. But
I think it's a baseless accusation.
it is, and I couldn't find much on it except for, and I'll point it out here. I think I can point it out here. But anyways, my point is, like, you scroll down, you just see they were just minding their own business before the controversy.
Look what they said. They said it. They said the thing.
What?
No. Scroll back. Go back. They said Merry Christmas, dude.
I know. That's what I was pointing out. But my point was, before the controversy, right? This is all, this on down, right? This is 13th, 14th, 15th. They were minding their own business. They were minding their own business. And when people look at it, you see they're just selling their game, what their game's about, what's in it, all that stuff, right? Typical indie studios. They, like, even here, a small teaser of the upcoming reveal. And the upcoming reveal.
Wyverns.
Right? They're just minding their own business. Happy New Year, Knight's Path, right? Merry Christmas. They're just promoting their work, like I said, at indie studio. And the further back to review it, they're asking, do you like female characters to be represented visually in RPG games? 10 out of 10 bombshell, natural beautiful, average realistic, uglier to better. Like, none of these are political requests. They're like, what do you want in your games? They're doing market study. They're researching what their target audience is going to be.
Yeah.
What's that vision? Keyboard and mouse, right? Romantic archetype you choose in Knight's Path. Would you choose Knight's Path, right? So there's research, and that's the point I'm trying to point out, is that they do the research. They did their designs, mind their own business, and because of that, because they just focused on their own game, and people gave it attention, and people scrolled down. That's the reason why we've been scrolling down their page line, is they see people are going to see, no, there's no AI in it. They don't make any grandstanding of AI. They don't attack women in games. The closest thing you could argue is if you scroll all the way down here, right? Well, here's where they said it's Black Prince. A reminder, that's armor inspired by the painting of the Black Prince. So they did the research. This is based on actual historical artifacts, right? But where was it down here? We were talking about with the poll. I guess it's not gonna be. I guess I scrolled too far down. Anyways, the closest thing in there is going to be what kind of women do you like in your games? Do you want a bombshell? Do you want natural beauty? What do you want? Right? What kind of combat you like? That's the closest thing you're going to get to a political statement. There it is, right here, right? And even then, do you like characters to be visually in RPG? How do you like them? They had the bombshell. They had the naturally beautiful, the average realistic, the uglier the better. That's the closest you're going to have to a political statement on their own Twitter page, because they're I'm willing to bet these are actual gamers, because gamers will do something like this even though they're trying to be professional. They want it to be engaging. They know what the market is like out there. They know what Twitter is like out there, so they know what they have to say. But they keep it in a way where they're just focused on their work, because you'll see it in all their stuff: keyboard and mouse, controller, dance pad, Neuralink.
I think this is masterstroke. This was like masterstroke, and I hope they continue to be this professional and this kind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, I'm trying to find, because I accidentally did cut it off, but because they said that since I wanted to show one, but I thought I said it, I didn't. My boy Paul Tassi decided to comment on this.
Oh, of course. Let's see.
Boy Paul, long time no see since Black Myth Wukong. How you doing, buddy? It says here, I feel like every 3 months now there's some new medieval game positioning stuff like this. And so like he's trying to make a grand statement. Will you only be able to play a dude in this game? Yes. Sorry, guys, who don't want to stare a man's ass. You're going to have to stare at the HUD screen like every normal player. There's my feminist talk right there.
Sorry, yeah. Type A only.
Yeah, you're going to be type A or type 1. That's another thing. If they wanted to get rid of the male and female thing, why is man considered type A or type 1? That's still patriarchy. But you know what's even funny? Kata even talked about it. I think establishing they're making a game for making a game's sake and not adding things for virtue's sake is not a bad thing. And before you try it, yes, games and other forms of media use people's sexuality, gender, skin color to do just that in a hollow way.
You know, I'm surprised Paul doesn't have Kata blocked. Like, I know I got blocked by Paul on my old account.
Oh, I did too. That's why I keep saying my boy Paul. But to answer your question, Dash, does it have jiggle physics? I want to answer, because I know you're a Gooner mind. You're going to ask that. Does it have jiggle physics? You know what their response was?
Oh, game of the year. Game of the year.
No, I'm just going to do it this way, because I'm scrolling down the Knight's Pass search because I accidentally cut it out. Yeah, and I hate when that happens.
Yeah. If I had my current model, I'd shake my pecs just for that news.
But anyways, where's that here? So even Groons talks about it. Barrett Dark actually interviewed them, which is kind of cool.
Oh, but all the way back in 2024.
I didn't even know that. But I asked them for an interview, so they haven't responded yet. But nice, Baff guys, if you're watching, I do like to interview people, whether it be streamers, game devs, all that stuff. And we'd like for you to come on just to sell your game to us, like tell us more about it and stuff like that. It's not because you all of a sudden grew famous. It's, well, I think your games are actually pretty interesting. Otherwise, I'd be going to someone else and asking them the same thing. But anyways, the response for the females romance, no gay romance. X photo has been chosen. Message received on thing. Clips are out. They're trying to point to a different game where it has lesbians. That's their answer.
Yeah, this is the one IGN was talking about. Yeah, this weird game where you play as a medieval knight, like lesbian or something. I didn't look into it because it doesn't interest me.
Yeah. Now this one, I would say this one did a neutral post. True audience will praise for incoming 2 cakes. Keep moving, and basically trying to be neutral. Okay, fine.
Oh, that is some good art too. Honestly, good for her. Good for her. Like, I'm assuming that's a girl that made this.
Yep. But the point is like they're not doing like here we go for someone that has a
Yeah.
the
Oh,
retake.
actually,
Like,
hey, can you link me? Can you link me the one with the 2 cakes? Can you link me that? I want to retweet that. Like just and possibly even follow this person just because I love this fan art so much.
I don't know if it's hers though. It could be. I don't know.
Starting.
Right, but I will send it.
Oh
to
yeah,
you.
just send me the link.
I just typed in because I'm trying to scroll down because I lost it and I found it through this tab, but I don't know how far down it is. So
Okay.
there was one one about
sorry, I made you
the
lose it.
AI. No, that's not your fault. That was on me. I was clicking out things and I had like 1,000 X's. This is just not my day. But where's that here? Scroll down. Where's it at? I guess I can't fight no more. But basically people are like, but we have gay hint. One thing I'll point out is that one thing's their issue like, Bill, you don't have homosexual relationships, but yet we have gay Henry. So you can't do it. That's their argument. It's like because you don't want to do it, you're actually because you don't want to do what we said, you're making a political point. And what's funny is we covered these guys on my way game studio, right? Church of Lester. Remember these guys? They're also, for the record, we unequivocally support Babes in Games and are very much looking forward to meeting Amelia Knight's Nice Path. They're also standing up for them. So on my way game studio is someone that if you like Babes in Games, you should probably support. The indie crowd is getting bigger. You know, the old ways are the best ways are coming back.
Yeah.
Oh, obviously. Oh, look at this total dickwad. Fucking total dickwad. Talking about you know this guy is just shilling Nice Path. You know this guy only has barely 500 subscribers, and his viewer count like on his live streams is under 10. He's just grifting. This fucking dickwad. Look at that. You can just tell he's grifting. Look at it. You got the gay pride flag, no AI. He's just got all the stuff for grifting. No wonder. I heard he's live right now. I bet you he only has like himself and another VTuber. It's a fucking loser. Don't subscribe to this guy or anyone on his panel. They're just grifters. They're not real gamers like me and Dash Attack. But no, I can't find it. But no. So, anyways, going back though, let me find it here. Oh well. Going back though, the issue with them is they have heterosexual relationships with a blonde, green-eyed woman. That you know what? I'm not gonna lie, she's very pretty. She's very I would say about 8 or 9. Just on the face alone, 8 or 9. Compared to a 10. She's not a 10 out of 10 bombshell, but she's got the pretty face. She's got the warm features, the nice radiant smile, like very approachable, not the bitchy bitch frown, not the crazy eyed look, not the side shaved head. You know, she has a very warm appearance, even though she's a NPC character. Feminists don't like that. They don't like that kind of character. They want something like this. I like this though. Rapunzel, let your hair down. That's okay. Never mind.
Damn.
But where's the AI one? There we go. So here we go. We care about gaming and not modern agendas, which people had an issue with, and then they use follow games, use AI, right? So they're not recommended because of AI. I don't think there's anything on here, but I do want to say that or don't have it on here. Maybe I have it in my bookmark. But even GOG noticed them. GOG. Great, good old games. Let me see if I can pull it up. But where is it?
Nice. It's on GOG.
No, they retweeted. I'm trying to see if they still have it. Oh, you remember the guy from Solesh, Archer? Well, I'm looking at this because I what happened was I shut down all the tabs by accident, but he stands up for them because he knows exactly what happened to him. Here we go. This is the GOG.com website. Here we go. It got so much attention that even good old games noticed it. Can't stop watching this.
Damn nice.
I hope they put a copy on GOG. I want a copy on GOG. I don't care. I will keep an eye out for it on GOG, and if it's on GOG and Steam, I'll buy the GOG version. You know why? If it's on GOG, I own it. I'm not buying a license. I own the game.
You pretty much gave up on Steam, I guess.
I haven't given up on Steam. Steam's not the one deciding the license or not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying if Steam comes out and says Steam has they're a store. Steam can say we're only going to allow you to sell your games on here if you admit that players own their games, they buy it in our marketplace. They won't do that because it's going to financially ruin them to make that kind of a statement. GOG can make that statement because you can get the licensed version on Steam, right? And so they can get the license to sell those titles, and people can own them on GOG. So most people, Steam is most popular. It's going to take GOG a while to do the same thing. That's why I'm going to buy it, because that way, if something happens, and let's just say, I'm not saying they will, but let's just say Knight's Path does come out later on and say you don't own your own games, you bought a license, we still own it at the end of the day. Well, I'm like, haha, that's cute. I got on GOG, I own my copy.
Well,
not saying,
so far
Steam
has not deleted any of my games from my library, including games that no longer have active service, like Cloud Chamber, because the game literally shut down.
Yep, and that's the point. It's like these people are melting down. Now I'm trying to figure out where did I hear, because it's not on there no more, but. Going back to what this loser said, I mean, this guy's a total loser. I wouldn't recommend following him, but sometimes he has some very based and very, they're based, but they're facts. Most of the time he spreads misinformation, but this guy here is very based. So, I wouldn't recommend following him, but I'm just going to say this guy named #VT. This says this is what entitlement looks like, and he retweeting.
You're saying I spread misinformation? You said,
yeah.
How what misinformation have I spread?
That there's only two genders.
That's misinformation to you.
Not to me. I gotta stay in line with our corporate overlords. I'm being facetious, obviously. I'm being sarcastic. But no, it's just follow Dash if you But anyways, he said he retweeted this post, which is the LGBTQ community is trying to cancel the upcoming medieval RPG. After developers introduced a heterosexual female or advanced option users asked the LGBTQ representation and received the reply, "We care about fun, not modern agendas." Since the critics have been spreading manipulated images from Steam claiming the game was made with AI. So that's where your AI is.
Yeah, it's a baseless claim.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like games. Let's look that up. Games uses AI Steam curator because it's not on the Steam page. So I want to see. hold on. There it is, right there. Let me see. Is that the right one? So here's the curator that's on here. Games uses AI, right? Is that the right one? No, is it AI? No, that's not the right one. Same thing though. No, that's not it. Where's it at? But did they shut it down? Oh my god, I think they shut it down.
Who shut what down?
Okay, so I'm just gonna do this live. Okay, give me a second here. I was trying to find the game follow games uses AI. All right.
Grok's down?
No. So we're trying to find this. Wait, hold on. Because I accidentally cut the page down. That page, follow games uses AI. 243 followers, right?
Yeah. The guy is gone.
I can't find. I can't find them. So I tried using Steam. I mean Google, right? I literally said game uses AI simulator, right? They had.
I wonder if they deleted the phrase for not being being dishonest.
I wonder, because I can't find it no more.
Crazy.
You would think that since I said games that use Steam, I'll even do this. Games uses AI. We should be able to see the Steam page, but we don't. In fact, when I even do that, it shuts down the research. I'm not saying that there's a cover up. I'm saying Google can't find it. Yeah, that's AI. Steam curator, Steam maker. Let's see. Let's see. How can we do this on the browser? Games use AI. Was it that one? No, that's not going to help us. But yeah, I guess they shut it down. Unless someone else can find it, and I'm just horrible at finding curators. All right, Alan, you have a good night. But that's weird.
Yeah, I think they got deleted.
Yeah, because I can't find them on the browser page. But yeah, that's interesting news. Ooh, let's go this way. Because I can't even find them on my Steam page, so I could just point the leak out. So, yeah, they tried to. But here, just look at this tweet here. What happened about caring about gamers? This is a fucking Chat GPT ass scam. They're trying to shame people. They're trying to cancel. They're still doing a cancel. Like, did they realize now that cancel culture does not work anymore?
Yeah, no. Cancel culture has lost all its grips. People know you can try, but no.
Try and shame them. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. That's all I'm going to say. You could try your own alternatives, and I think how some people are saying it's like, both good for you, both of you. Let's see how which games people like. That's the way mentality should be. You want to have your lesbian sex fantasy in medieval times with a butch Karen? Okay, go play your game. You want to have a game that you fight a wyvern in a low fantasy setting? Go ahead, play it.
Yeah, but the lesbian game is obviously very salty with that trying to throw shade about the modern agenda.
Because they know for a fact that their game's not going to sell.
Yep.
Knight's Path like any other game, KCD or any other game is a competition to them. Problem is
Knight's
that
Path has more mainstream appeal. Though
Yeah.
I do think that girl's art of the character and the two side by side, I thought that was great fan art personally. So thank you so much for linking that to me.
no problem. See, I don't judge. It's your life. You know, I think you might need glasses, but it's your life. But we're about to wrap things up because we're at the 4-hour mark, which I think we did good, all things considered. And it's just been an off day for me with the whole winter storm and stuff. And we were
it's thrown us all off, man. It's thrown us all off, but we still were able to have a really great show. And if I knew I was going to be like, I'm glad I was able to be here since I didn't know the other Bo and Karis weren't gonna.
Oh, you know me, Dash. I would have winged it. It would have been a little hard with Raging Kid, but this is why I appreciate all of y'all when y'all come on. Oh, that's someone that's not important. Never mind. I thought we were gonna. I was getting so excited. But that being said, final thoughts. What do you think is gonna happen with Knight's Path? What's your predictions?
I think it's going to do well.
We'll go as far as saying Knight's Path, Ubisoft. What do you think is going to happen with Ubisoft's new direction, the new Fable, and then Knight's Path? What are your thoughts?
I think Knight's Path has the best chance out of all the games.
Okay.
It's an indie game.
All right. I think Knight's Path is going to be okay. I think that all these people are trying to silence it only made it more powerful. And that's the problem with Moral Panic, right?
Yeah.
It's not even a moral panic, I will say, because it's not really a panic. They were trying to silence it like Karen's from Collective Shout, like the Jack Thompson and the people trying I just forgot their names. But basically the Senate in the 90s trying to cancel Doom and all those Mortal Kombat all games. They're basically doing the same thing. And only thing that happened was they made it more popular. If you don't want a game to succeed, if you don't want a YouTuber to succeed, if you don't want people you don't like to succeed, the thing isn't shaming them. It's ignoring them. That's how it works, regardless if it's AAA or if it's an indie studio. But that being said, Dash, why don't you go ahead and sell us your game?
Okay, so this is a game.
Okay. Oh, I was gonna say, oh, dude, there's a half-naked perch legs right there.
What?
In the beginning, it showed just the legs, like the guy was naked or something. So I was like, and I realized, okay, no, it's not.
Yeah, no, this is so this game is called Pathological. I saw a fellow VTuber friend of mine was playing it. So like you have to like make decisions on it. You have 12 days to save this town from a plague, and you have to make decisions and like examine their symptoms and make like difficult choices. So like, it's a very like cold game. I mean, it's not. I probably might not like get it, but I at least think it's interesting, and apparently, I think it's doing pretty well.
Nice.
Yeah, it's also different, but yeah, like the ankles. No, it is just showing like the like the black stuff on her leg.
That's cool. Now, give me a second here because I gotta pull it up.
All right.
But it's. My thing's being slow right now.
All right.
Like I said, hold on. So why is it not loading? I'm getting a weird. What's happening here? Give me a second. Is Steam page down?
Oh no, Steam's not down, is it?
I'm asking you to check because right now I'm not able to load my game.
Yeah, I think that could just be on your end, man.
Okay, here we go. Okay, What I'm gonna have to do is give me a second. I'm gonna shut down this screen. All right. And then just because what I had to do is put it on a separate browser. So the game I found interesting. This is Knight's Path, and it's a medieval low fantasy. I'm just kidding.
Nice.
The real game I found interesting was Stormblade. It's a dark action game combining top-down exploration with direct side-scroll combat, inspired by upcoming uncompromising spirit of classic games from the 80s and 90s, and shaped by Slavic and Celtic atmosphere. So, I like dragons, but I love Celtic themes. So that's why I was like, oh, this is interesting. It's a dark action game, classic 80s and 90s, and I was like, this could be fun. I saw it originally on a tweet, and I saw it yesterday, but I was like, this was pretty cool. And it fits with today's topic, so I was like, yeah, if you want another medieval game that's coming out, it's not out yet. Controller, single family. You play as a lone knight, a wanderer traversing a land drowned in decay and silence. I just think I like the graphics though. Look at that. The standing stones, the lighting, Stonehenge, top down. I rarely play top downs, but I might give this a shot. I'm not sure yet. I might give it a shot. You got classic dungeon side-scrolling atmosphere. It kind of gives me a feel like if Legend of Zelda kept the top-down view today, like top-down Twilight Princess. That's what I'm feeling.
Interesting. Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, but and it even has it still has the side-scrolling battle. But I want to try this game, so I'm hoping it's good. It has some interesting themes and stuff for me to keep an eye out for it. But yeah, that's my thing for tonight. Other than that, I think we got everything covered. So yeah, Dash, what you got going on this week, buddy?
All right. I definitely want to get back to playing Knack. I also think let's see, by the end of the week, Codevine 2 should be out, so I'm looking forward to playing that. And that's basically it. All right.
For me, I'm still dealing with my granddad's funeral stuff. I understand it was over 6 months ago. I'm the executor to the will, and states are slow. We thought we were done, and we're not. And we have to go back because someone has an argument over the records and vinyls that my granddad left me. So I gotta bring them back. And basically there's a whole bunch of issues with things going on, even though things have been settled. So I have to go back. So this will be the last week. I told my family, I said, this will be the last week I'm dealing with this. I told the lawyer that was representing the legal side of my granddad's affairs, because it's messing with my streaming. I don't have time to stream. I'm not posting a lot of videos, and I want to get back into the fray of covering games and streaming games. I miss streaming at night, so because I get too exhausted. So there might not be a lot of streams this week. I'm still trying to make time for Wednesday, but I'm not sure yet. Wednesday is going to be a big issue, and Friday I'm not sure. But we do have Dragoncast coming on Saturday, and I did tell the crew this, and I know we said this last time, but this time we will definitely get his. I will make sure he's the day before and all that, so I'll double check everything. But we're gonna have Sandy Peterson on the 7th. I shared a screenshot with that with my crews to say, yeah, this is confirmed. He definitely has confirmed. This time he flaked on it. That was, that's what he said. We're gonna give it another shot. And like I said, we're also trying to get the makers of Knight's Path on. So there's that going on. So yeah. Busy week, even though I haven't been streaming much. Other than that, don't forget to subscribe to Dash Attack. You know, yeah, he's a loser. Got it. You know, but you know, he speaks his mind and he loses subs from it. So, you know, if you respect people that speak their mind, then you need to go subscribe to him. Me, I'm just an idiot with a mic. Don't listen to me. Other than that, play the games your way and happy gaming.
Bye.
You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.